Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Township Council regular meeting of April 21st, 2026. It's a regular meeting of the Council of Montclair, and it's being broadcast live on TV 34. It's streaming live on Montclair TV 34 YouTube channel. It's available on demand and can and will be rebroadcast. The meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meeting Act. The meeting was included in the revised annual notice of the meeting schedule as set forth in Resolution R-26-064. It was adopted by the Township Council at the regular meeting of February 10th, 2026, advertised in the official newspaper on February 26, and posted on the township website and on the bulletin boards outside of the municipal building. It's remained there continuously posted. In addition, a copy of the revised annual notice is and has been available to the public and is on file in the office of our township clerk. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, will you please do a roll call when you're ready?
Thank you, Mayor. Deputy Mayor Andersen.
Here.
Councilor Birmingham absent. Councilor D'Amato.
Here.
Councilor Harrison.
Here.
Councilor Toller absent. Councilor Williams absent. Mayor Baskerville.
Present. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to make a motion that the council leave the public portion of the meeting and go into the executive session. The executive session resolution authorizing the executive session of the mayor and the council of the Township of Montclair without the public permitted to attend in accordance with N.J.S.A 10:4-12B. I so move.
Second.
Comments or discussion from the council members? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, I'm going to ask the public, please, if you would, you have a choice. You can either sit here until we return, or you can go and come back, and I will guess that the best time to try to get back here is it's close to 7:30. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'd like to make a motion, please, that we adjourn from the executive session and move into the public comment.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Then, so we will now join the regular portion of our meeting. Good evening and welcome to everyone. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for your understanding that we are a little bit behind schedule, but we're going to do everything in an amazing way, and so I hope you will stay with us. The first part of this meeting is going to be a promotion ceremony for our 4 firefighters that I'm really excited about, and I'm going to call Chief Robert Duncan forward for that. I had the opportunity of swearing him in when he became our chief, and in moments of celebration, even in moments of disappointment, I found that Chief Duncan shows professionalism and he shows integrity. He uplifts his firefighters daily, he supports his team, and he reassures our community that their safety and the integrity of the fire department will never be compromised. That kind of leadership matters. It builds trust, it builds morale, and it strengthens the bond between the department and the residents. Under your leadership, Chief, I know, and we all know, that Montclair is in capable hands. No matter the challenge, the department will rise to meet the challenges, and our community will be protected from fire and other hazards, and excellence will be on an everyday occurrence. It is my honor to invite you to the podium, and it's also my honor to be here to participate in this promotional ceremony. Chief Robert Duncan.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rob Duncan. I'm the Fire Chief of the Montclair Fire Department. Welcome to the department swearing-in ceremony, and thank you all for attending. If everyone will please stand for the presentation of the colors by the Fire Department's Honor Guard.
March. Detail. Halt. Lift. Peace. Honor guard. Post.
Everyone, please remain standing for a moment of silence for our fallen brothers and sisters. Thank you. You may be seated. Again, thank you for attending our department swearing-in ceremony. I'd like to thank our manager, our mayor, the council for having us here tonight for this momentous occasion. I know you guys have a long night ahead of you, so we'll try to keep this short. Today's ceremony is not just a recognition of the individuals being promoted, but also a celebration of what it means to be a part of this fire department. It's a reflection of the years of training, countless hours of dedication, and the sacrifices made by all members. Your success is a testament to the strength of our team, and I'm incredibly proud to serve alongside all of you. At this time, I'd like to invite the manager up. What are you doing now? To the conducting swearing-ins. We'll begin swearing in of Kevin Stoute to the rank of Deputy Chief. Kevin, please come up with your family. Kevin.
Raise your hand. Oh.
Go over there because I got to speak after them anyway.
Ready?
Yes, sir.
I state your name.
I, Kevin Stoute,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of New Jersey,
of the State of New Jersey,
and that I will bear true faith
and that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same
and allegiance to the same
and to the governments established
and to the governments established
in the United States
in the United States
and in this state
and in this state
under the authority of the people.
under the authority of the people.
I do further solemnly swear
I do further solemnly swear
that I will faithfully,
that I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly perform
and justly perform
all the duties of
all the duties of
Deputy Chief
Deputy Chief
of the Township of Montclair
of the Township of Montclair
Fire Department
Fire Department
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
We will now swear in Thomas Hargaves to the rank of captain. Thomas, please come up with your family. Just like that, okay? Okay?
I state your name.
I, Thomas Hargaves,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of New Jersey,
of the State of New Jersey,
and that I will bear true faith
and that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same
and allegiance to the same
and to the governments established
and to the governments established
in the United States
in the United States
and in this state
and in this state,
under the authority of the people.
under the authority of the people.
I do further solemnly swear
I do further solemnly swear
that I will faithfully,
that I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly perform
and justly perform
all the duties of
all the duties of
Captain
Captain
of the Township of Montclair
of the Township of Montclair
Fire Department
Fire Department
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
We will now swear in Peter Albanese to the rank of captain. Pete, please come up with your family.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yes.
I state your name.
I, Peter Albanese,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of New Jersey,
of the State of New Jersey,
and that I will bear true faith
and that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same
and allegiance to the same
and to the governments established
and to the governments established
in the United States
in the United States
and in this state
and in this state
under the authority of the people.
under the authority of the people.
I do further solemnly swear
I do further solemnly swear
that I will faithfully,
that I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly perform
and justly perform
all the duties of
all the duties of
Captain
Captain
of the Township of Montclair
of the Township of Montclair
Fire Department
Fire Department
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
We will now swear in Natasha Richardson to the rank of Supervising Fire Inspector. Natasha, please come up with your family.
Come on, fam. Mom, you gotta come over here. Hold the Bible. Glory to God. Yes, I'm here.
I state your name.
I, Natasha Richardson,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution
I will support the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of New Jersey,
of the State of New Jersey,
and that I will bear true faith
and I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same
and allegiance to the same
and to the governments established
and the governments established
in the United States
in the United States
and in this state
and in this state
under the authority of the people.
under the authority of the people.
I do further solemnly swear
I do further solemnly swear
that I will faithfully,
faithfully,
impartially,
partially,
and justly perform
and justly perform
all the duties of
all the duties of
Supervising Fire Inspector
Supervisory Fire Inspector
of the Township of Montclair
of the Township of Montclair
Fire Department
Fire Department
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
In Jesus' name, amen.
Look, that's all, baby.
To those stepping into new roles this evening, this is more than a promotion. It is a call to lead, to mentor, and to set a standard for those who will follow. The fire service is built on tradition, but it moves forward because of leaders like you. Continue to push yourselves, support one another, and serve this community with pride. At this time, our mayor has a few words for you.
Thank you so much. This is such a proud, proud moment in Montclair. A day where we pause not just to celebrate promotions, but to recognize the weight and responsibility and the depth of commitment and courage that it takes all of you all to step forward and lead in these positions. Peter Albanese and Thomas Hargaves, your promotion to captain is more than a new title. It's a call to lead from the front and from within. A captain is not only responsible for strategy and command on the fire ground, but for well-being training, for the trust of the other firefighters in your care, and for a steady voice in moments of chaos. And certainly you see that moments of chaos may arise. I applaud you for stepping up. Your leadership will shape not only outcomes, but people's lives. and that is a profound responsibility. We are proud of you and confident in the strength you bring to this role. Natasha Richardson, Baby Tasha, as I always call you. I used to be her pediatrician, so she's always going to be my baby Tasha. Today, we mark a milestone as Montclair's first female supervising fire inspector. You are not only stepping into leadership, you're expanding the leadership, and you're expanding what leadership looks like. As all of the young girls and young women look to you for leadership and how you progressed through the ranks and were able to break that glass ceiling, you are setting an example for them, and I am so, so proud of you. Your promotion reflects expertise, diligence, and a commitment to service that elevates the entire department. Let me say clearly that your presence in the role sends a clear message to everyone here and far beyond. I wish you well in the position, and I am just as proud as your mom, and I didn't get to hug your mom and the rest of the family there, but yeah, congratulations on this moment. So to Kevin Stoute, your promotion to Deputy Chief represents one of the highest levels. It's one of the highest levels of trust this department can place in any individual's hand. This role demands vision, discipline, and the ability to make decisions that carry enormous consequences. You will help to guide the entire force. You will help to guide the direction of the department. You will help to support our chief and ensure that Montclair continues to meet every moment. No matter how complex, no matter how challenging, your leadership will influence not only operations, but culture, and that is where your expertise will come in and shine. That is where your legacy will be built. To all of the honorees today is not the finish line. It's the next chapter. With each new rank comes greatness, responsibility, deeper accountability, and a wider circle of impact. But it also comes with the opportunity to inspire, to mentor, and to level this department and to make the department even stronger than it was when you found it. And to the families that came here today and colleagues and loved ones, thank you for being here. Behind every great fire person is a network of support, and that's you all. We are so grateful for you. Montclair is safer, stronger, and more resilient because of each and every one of you in this room. And we celebrate you all today, and blessings abundantly to all of you. Congratulations.
Will everyone please stand for the retirement of the department colors?
Honor guard, fall in. Right, face. Forward, march.
Thank you to everyone for attending. This concludes the Montclair Fire Department swearing-in ceremony. Thank you to our honor guard and to those that worked on this event. Thank you again to the manager, the mayor, and the council. We really appreciate it. Good night.
Okay, council members, we're going to move on to proclamation. So if we all want to gather at the podium, we're going to have, what do we do? Oh, approval of minutes, okay. Okay. Council, there have been presented to us the minutes for December 2nd, 2025, December 16, 25, December 29th, 25, and December 30th, 25.
So moved. Second.
Are there any corrections or additions? No. Okay. There's been a movement and a second. Madam Clerk, if you would please do the roll call.
Deputy Mayor Andersen,
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham,
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato,
Yes.
Councilor Harrison,
Yes.
Councilor Toller absent, Councilor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you. Who has the proclamations? Did everybody sign them? Okay. Bill Harrison is doing this one, and I'm doing the one that I've been a liaison to forever, the recreation one. Here, thanks. Here, Bill. We're going, huh? Oh, well, that's a good question. I think so. Maybe not. Okay, well, come on, let's go with the one we have for the library then. And we'll see it. I hope so. But if not, we'll just celebrate her anyway with just less words. You all coming or not? Okay.
Library.
Thank you. Please will all of the people that are here to receive the proclamation from the library for the National Library Week join us, please. Even if you didn't know you were coming to receive the proclamation and you're a friend of the library and you want to just stand here, come on down. Wow.
Hi, how are you? Good to see you. You folks all set? Okay. Proclamation for National Library Week. Whereas the Montclair Public Library has served the residents of Montclair since 1893, providing free and equitable access to books, digital tools, and innovative programs that ensure all community members, regardless of background, have resources they need to learn, connect, and thrive. And whereas the Montclair Public Library operates in 2 locations, the main library at 50 South Fullerton Avenue and the Bellevue Avenue branch at 185 Bellevue Avenue, serving tens of thousands of residents each year through in-person and digital services. And whereas libraries serve as vibrant community hubs connecting people to knowledge, technology, and civic life while fostering critical thinking and lifelong learning. And whereas the Montclair Public Library partners with schools, nonprofits, and local organizations to strengthen community well-being, support workforce development, and expand access to essential services. And whereas library staff and programs nurture young minds through story time, STEAM initiatives, literacy programming, and new services that build curiosity and love of learning. And whereas the Montclair Public Library champions intellectual freedom, protecting every resident's right to read, explore, and think without censorship. And whereas dedicated librarians and library workers provide welcoming, inclusive spaces that inspire discovery, creativity, and connection for people of all ages. And whereas the Township of Montclair is committed to maintaining a vibrant, well-resourced public library as a cornerstone of this community's civic and cultural life. And whereas libraries, librarians, library workers, library volunteers, and advocates across the country celebrate National Library Week each year under a theme chosen by the American Library Association, and the 2026 theme, Find Your Joy, reflects that transformative power libraries hold to uplift individuals and strengthen communities. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the Township of Montclair do hereby proclaim the week of April 19th through April 25th, 2026 as National Library Week. All residents are encouraged to visit the Montclair Public Library, explore its resources, and celebrate the joy that libraries bring to our community.
Absolutely.
Yikes. Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm Radwa Ali. I'm the director of the library here in Montclair. And I'll just say this, that now more than ever, public libraries have to be protected. They have to be defended. They have to be nourished. And they have to be celebrated, because what a wonderful thing that we all have here in Montclair and throughout the country. The public library is a miracle. I know I'm biased, but I truly believe it's a miracle, and we're all so happy to serve you. We have trustees here, we have staff here, we have foundation members here, and we have volunteers here. And we are here for you. This is, we say this is our public library, but this is actually your public library. You are the residents of Montclair, and this library belongs to you. So thank you for patronizing it. Thank you for supporting it. Thank you for reading. Thank you.
Need to say something? Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Adam Grace, and on behalf of the Friends of the Montclair Library, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the mayor and council and all of the town for the continued support you give to the library. If you were to just look at the events scheduled at the library just for today, you would find wellness screenings, social work office hours, tech help, song and story time for infants, reading to a therapy dog, chess club and book club meetings, numerous adult ed classes ranging from woodworking to foreign language to cooking. So beyond the storehouse of knowledge that the library provides to the members of the community, it's a place where community itself is built, and that's a testament to the hardworking, talented, creative, and dedicated staff led by Radwa, and it's a testament to the continued council support that enables the town to be blessed with such a great resource. So, thank you.
Thank you. And so do we call you the president of the board? Yeah. Yes. I'm now calling the president of the board forward, Joanne McCullough, and it's also an opportunity to invite any of you that are here and others that may be at home to put in a volunteer interest finder if you're interested in becoming a part of this amazing team, the board, under the leadership of Joanne McCullough.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I just want to say on behalf of the entire board, and I can speak for the library and the friends and everyone else here, we just want to thank you and the Township Council for all that you do to make certain that we remain functioning as a library. We do have many, many activities and programs that we bring to the community, but we could not do that without the support of the township. So thank you so much for believing in us and for supporting us and all the things that we do. And we just want to say to you, there is much, much more to come. So please stay tuned and keep a close eye on what the library is doing. We appreciate that.
Thank you so much. Thank you all. Okay, and we're going to move on now to the next proclamation. If Michele Cammarata is still here, is she not here any longer? I know we took a long time. Okay, so Michele had to leave. Unfortunately, then I'm just going to very, very briefly say so, not briefly because she doesn't deserve the proclamation and the recognition that we had planned for her, because she certainly does. Michele Cammarata is an amazing person if you don't know her, and she has been in our Department of Recreation for 19 years, and she's been doing an amazing job. I have been working with her even before she became the director under the leadership of Pat Breshka and with our Park and Recreation Advisory Committee, and she's just doing amazing things. We're gathered here, we came to demonstrate for her our gratitude, and also with a bit of sadness because Michele is retiring, and we wanted to say farewell to her and let her know how extremely, extremely important she is today and has been to all of us. And I'd also like to give her a shout out. I think yesterday was her birthday. If you watch this, Michele, happy birthday, and cheers to many more. Michele's journey in our recreation department has been one defined by dedication, adaptability, and heart. From her early years working under Pat Breshka to leading the department as director, she has shaped not only programs, but she has shaped experiences for families, memories, and community connections that will last for generations. The Department of Recreation touches nearly every corner and every life in Montclair, from our parks and pools to summer camps, ski trips, and programs for residents of all ages, from the youngest ones up to our senior activities. And this work is no small task. It requires organization, patience, creativity, and a deep understanding what community truly means. Michele has brought all of this and more to her job. She brought this to her role every single day. She listened, she truly listened to all of the stakeholders, and she adjusted when necessary. She collaborated with care and navigated the balance of working with the manager, working with our counselor, the mayor, and professionalism every day, and respect. Even when perspectives often differed than hers, she showed respect and integrity. That's not always easy, but Michele made it look easy. On a personal note, Michele will be extremely missed. She'll be missed by her staff, she'll be missed by the colleagues, she'll be missed across the entire township, and I certainly know she'll be missed by our Park and Recreation Advisory Group, who I see many in the back, and they've worked with Michele for the 19 years that she's been here, so they have an extremely deep bond. Her legacy is one of service, one of grace, and one of genuine caring for the community. Michele, we thank you, we celebrate you, and we wish you nothing but joy, rest, and new adventures in your next chapter. Congratulations on your retirement. You will be missed. Okay, so get ready now. We're going to have the public comment. So I hope everyone has signed their name on the list that we have here, and we're going to get to everybody. So thank you. Whoever has the number 1 can come on forward. Oh, thank you. It's nice to have you. Thank you. Thank you. Is this Shay? How do I pronounce it, or is it Shay? Shay, okay. First guest, please step up, N.J.S.A, followed by Carol Costello.
Hi, my name is N.J.S.A. I am here with my neighbors. We all live on Tishner Place, and we've been dealing with a parking issue for the last 2 years that we just wanted to bring to light, try to see what possible solutions there are. I want to start with, we've all been living on our street for the last 6 years or more, and we have had no issues up until Ricardo has gotten a ticket. We have short driveways that our cars protrude into the sidewalk a little bit. And
since November 2024.
So November 2024, you got a ticket for that, and I think that was waived.
No,
It was not waived, so.
I'm sorry, it might be more helpful if you're going to speak, then you go to the mic and so forth. That way we can hear, but the people at home will be able to hear it as well. That's just a suggestion.
Okay, so I'll just be brief in the summary, but we just wanted to show our support in person and to let you know that this is an issue affecting us all, because our driveways are very similar. They're very short. This sidewalk issue, we've been issued tickets. I personally have been issued a summons from code enforcement. And this is something that just we weren't expecting. There's nothing we can do personally except park our cars in the streets. I see tonight on the agenda there is Warman Street has gained overnight parking. Maybe something like that could be a solution for us. But again, we've been dealing with this for the last 2 years, and we still don't have a solution. We have tickets and summonses looming over our heads, and we just want to live in relative peace on our streets.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Yes, to add, I've been here before. I've stood in front of you guys before. You guys are competent individuals. We need to find a resolution. Giving us summonses and tickets is not okay. I met with the parking council. There was something that was supposed to be resolved the last time. Nothing has been resolved. There's no follow-up. There has to be something that's done. They did a lax on the parking for some time, then they removed it. They said that they were supposed to give us a warning before they stopped the lax. They didn't give us any warning. They just issued us tickets. We know that we are aware that there's a state law that said you can't block the sidewalk. We understand. We don't want to break any state laws, but there's municipal changes that could be done to help to mediate this issue. We shouldn't be given tickets for parking in a place where we're paying the mortgage and paying taxes and everything else. And the resolution needs to be done. We should not have to come in front of you again. This is almost 2 years. November's going to be 2 years. There's been multiple emails, been multiple suggestions. Other streets within the community have had resolutions. So I need to be clear on why we're not getting one, because it's not appropriate. It's financially causing difficulties. This gentleman has a summons, and we've brought this up to you many times. What are we going to do? There's like nothing else we can say, but what are we going to do as the city council to resolve this matter?
Sir, what street is it? I'm sorry.
Titchener.
Tishner. Okay, thank you. And did you want to also speak?
This is our neighbor.
I'm just here as support. We all live in all of these houses are identical in construction.
We're not speaking tonight.
Sorry. All of our houses are identical with the length of the driveways. Our cars reach out into the sidewalk a little bit, and they've been issued summonses as a result of it. There's no way to change the length of the driveway. There's no feasible physical way to change the driveway length because the house goes right to it. So there are 4 houses in a row that were built in 1908. They're all the same. They're cookie cutter houses on Titchener Place. If you drive down that street, you'll know what those houses are.
And it would be good because we have elderly parents that we care for and also young children. And there's no parking availability in our ward. So that's another thing. And we mentioned this before. So I have elderly parents, very young children. So saying that we need to go park in the distance is not appropriate. What we're seeking is parking on the street where we live. And we can accommodate. Many of the neighbors would agree. If we need to bring a petition in, that's fine. Whatever the case may be, we're a very close-knit community. We can get that part done. But we need you guys to act.
Yes, thank you very much. Next guest is Noah Gale.
Excuse me. I think actually I am. Carol Costello.
You are. I'm sorry. I got confused because there was one name and three people, and now I'm counting three. That's what happens when people come up with their own design. I apologize to you.
No problem. Good thing I'll be short. So good evening. My name is Carol Costello. I live in Bloomfield, but previously I was a long-term resident of Montclair, and I'm still deeply enmeshed in the community. I'm here on behalf of Montclair Indivisible. Along with other groups and citizens, we've been advocating for the adoption of the Montclair Trust Act to support our immigrant residents, neighbors, and workers. Our views have already been passionately expressed at prior meetings, so no need to repeat them now. We applaud the Council for demonstrating the leadership and courage to move forward with the adoption of the Montclair Trust Act. This is an act that truly reflects the values of Montclair and ensures that the town will be on the right side of history on this issue. I urge you to finalize and adopt the Montclair Trust Act tonight with no delays. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, Noah, it's your turn now. I'm sorry for the confusion, but welcome.
Good evening, everyone.
Good
My
evening.
name is Noah Gale, and I have been a Montclair resident for over 2 decades. Thank you for all you do, Mayor Dr. Baskerville, and members of the Township Council for all the service you do in this town. We love you, and we really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Of course. Anyway, I am glad to see you are doing something about climate change finally, which you've been doing for the past few years now by having an Earth Day Fest on Church Street. Please come out this Sunday, y'all, and come to this Earth Day Fest on Church Street. You're going to love it. It's going to be lots of fun from 12 to 4 on Sunday. Thank you. Also, I highly suggest you sign the Immigrant Trust Act now. Thank you. We have been through frightening times over the last decade. We've been seeing democracy being overthrown. We have been seeing people putting party over country, politics over things that need to get done. And when you were elected, you said you were going to be the politicians who kept their campaign promises, and you would be get it done, Mayor and Township Council, which you are, and I'm so proud of that. But I think part of that is signing the Immigrant Trust Act, so that way we can keep democracy in action. Keep it here. Thank you. So
Thank you.
Of course. So sign, just keep an eye on the time, sorry. So I'm going to suggest that you sign the Immigrant Trust Act. Also, I feel like we've been seeing a lot of improvement this past year, despite the challenges in our school district. But town's doing really well. I just gotta say, my street, Ardsley Road, I'm not so sure if I'm supposed to give my address here, so I'll just say Ardsley Road. Anyway, Ardsley Road, they've been wanting to do construction on that whole thing for years, and now for the past few days, the road has been closed, and I am proud to say that construction on my street's finally getting done, so thank you for that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. The next guest is Adam McGovern. I'm going to ask, please, that if you are coming to speak about any of the pending ordinances, on second reading, the one for either the cannabis or the one for the Montclair Trust Act, that you hold off until we get to those pending ordinances, because you will have an opportunity during the time of the pending ordinances on second reading to come forward for that. And I thank you for that. Adam McGovern or Connie, Alex Donna? I'm Adam McGovern, but I'm on the Immigrant Trust Act. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate you for that. I'm not pronouncing the last name correctly because I can't read it. I think the last name is Alex. It's Connie. Connie Alexis? No? Okay. If someone comes in, just put a hand up. Adam Grace? Lily Benavides? Okay, thank you. Colleen Cancella? I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right. It's either Cancella or Cancelia. It's, I believe, Colleen or Kayleen Cancella. Okay.
I wrote it in all caps this time so you could read it.
No, I can read it, but I just don't know how you pronounce it, and I'm sorry if that's a
I
problem
apologize.
for
It's-
you.
it's not an
I
issue.
do my best in this position.
I understand.
Absolutely.
Okay. Hi. There is a displacement of local residents at an alarming rate and a housing crisis in Montclair. This shouldn't be news to the council or to the people in this room. This, however, isn't a problem for ultra-wealthy residents as they fight for suburbia against affordable housing for locals, creating a deadlock that pushes people who want to live here away. And people want to live here. They want to stay. And honestly, can you blame them? I mean, with an abundance of local businesses, an exceptionally rigorous public school system, and many areas filled with trees, it is sincerely a uniquely beautiful town. But locals move on or pass away, and their apartments or houses become vacant. And studies show that higher income residents tend to migrate from surrounding areas into that housing, which leads to an increase in the overall cost of rent. Rather than new housing developments, which have been heavily blamed for local displacement, it is a short supply of housing that is the driving force behind this. Over the last decade, the average household income in Montclair, New Jersey has risen by about 25% due to this wealth-centric demographic shift, and locals have to make sacrifices if they want to stay. So what should you do? I would like to see more upzoning in transit-dense areas in accordance with the Planning Board's master plan. I would like to see a mix of affordable housing and market-rate housing developments. These should have systems incorporated to protect against locals being driven out, such as rental assistance when needed, and preserve income diversity policies. This way, low to middle income residents or prospective residents can have housing that's affordable and stays affordable. Now, I understand that I'm privileged to live in a house here, and I understand that money doesn't grow on trees. I think we wish more and more these days that it did. But I believe that housing should be a higher priority than shown on the current budget, even with the strides we've made in recent times. I believe that a redistribution of funds with a focus towards developments of affordable and accessible housing would overall strengthen the monetary situation within Montclair and help locals afford to stay here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest is Victoria Luna. Nola Kim. Thank you. Jeffrey Grayson.
Good evening, Mayor Baskerville and council members.
Good evening.
I'm Jeffrey Robert Grayson, and I'm a 67-year-old lifelong mountain.
Yes, yes.
I've come here tonight because I'm tired. Let me clarify that.
It doesn't sound like it's on now. Push it again and let's see. Is it light green?
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I start over?
Yes, sure.
Good evening, Mayor Baskerville and council members. I'm Jeffrey Robert Grayson, and I'm a 67-year-old lifelong Mountie. I've come here tonight because I'm tired. Let me clarify that statement. I'm not tired from my 5 a.m. gym workout this morning. No, the type of fatigue I'm feeling is the kind you experience when people have gotten on your last nerve. I'm tired of people that have just moved here that are trying to transform Montclair into a remnant of what they've left behind. If you already had it, why didn't you stay where it was? Did somebody's master plan run you out of your town, and how did that make you feel? That may help you understand how a large segment of Montclair's African American community feels today. I'm tired of hearing people talk about Montclair's diversity when virtually every ruling passed down by the zoning and planning boards and approved by the council is having undeniable repercussions on diversity. So much so that in 2026, a new term was added to Montclair's diversity lexicon, income diversity. I can't wait to see how the realtors market that one. I'm tired of new neighbors that act like they are too good to speak. An aura of pretentiousness has spread across town, and the community spirit of African American villages has been dissipated. I'm tired of hearing residents that live on quiet side street cul-de-sacs on the northern end of Grove Street advocating for zoning changes that have absolutely no effect on their neighborhood, but have a radical effect on mine. I'm tired of the way residents of Union Gardens continue to receive less than priority treatment. A wise man once told me that compassion without action is nothing more than superficial pity. I'm tired of certain councilors constantly trying to undermine the efforts of 4th Ward Councilor Amina Toller. I'm tired of Janice Talley treating the 4th Ward like a habitation in need of gentrification in order to attract a non-black generation. The very first breath I took when my mother gave birth to me was provided by the air of Montclair. If the good Lord is willing and the creek doesn't rise when I breathe my last, it will be in my hometown. Through all of my trials, tribulations, tragedies, and triumphs, Montclair has kept me grounded. I didn't try to transform Montclair. Montclair transformed me. That's the spirit that dwells within someone that is truly from Montclair. Now the air in Montclair is filled with molecules of privilege, entitlement, status, and greed. The policymakers seem determined to ignore the boundaries of geography, infrastructure, and interracial solidarity. I don't know what the good Lord has in store for me, but when it comes to my hometown, I would rather be remembered as a soldier, not a sellout. My only regret is that I didn't plant this flag 50 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please. I believe it's Levi Siegel. Got one right, huh? Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Levi Siegel, senior at Montclair High School, Ward 2. Let's talk about housing. I think we can all agree that Montclair is a nice place to live. We are a lovely, walkable suburb with a thriving arts and restaurant scene, beautiful architecture, and great transit to access to New York City. And that's why people want to live in Montclair, because of these great amenities. The problem is we have not built enough housing to keep up with this demand. Thus, many who want to live in Montclair find themselves out of luck. Most existing homes here are all already occupied by homeowners who do not intend on moving anytime soon. And this is across all of Montclair. And of the few available homes, it is too expensive for prospective residents to afford. So in short, this is a supply issue. We need to build more housing. And this supply issue originates from the restrictive zoning regulations that make building housing in Montclair to be very difficult. Last week, I attended a planning board meeting on our master plan. I thought that the planning board had a very good understanding of what Montclair needs to do housing-wise. I agree that we need to build more missing middle housing, and we need to increase housing density around all train stations. Yet the planning board's recommendations have not been properly translated into policy, and this is this council's responsibility. And I urge this council to not continue any more downzoning, especially near transit. This should not be a matter of debating which ward has the responsibility of building dense housing, because we should not make this about ward warfare. This is about sustainability and affordability. People need options about where and how to live. Building housing near transit reduces the burden from the homes that exist today and allows people to get around without a car, which is a major financial burden. I also urge this council to promote missing middle housing everywhere in Montclair by changing the zoning code. Much of wards 1, 2, and 4 are zoned R1, single-family homes only. This is a major burden on our housing supply. We should allow duplexes, triplexes, and quadplexes everywhere, and reduce other regulations like parking requirements that place a huge strain on increasing housing supply. I think we should make Montclair affordable and sustainable for everyone. Everyone deserves the right to live here, And I don't think all the efforts that we have done to reduce housing supply in all wards, and especially near transit, are gatekeeping this town for the comfort of existing residents rather than opening it up for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please, has the last name Walker. I'm not sure if this is Ruardo. The last name is Walker. He spoke already. Okay, okay, good. So now that ends the names that I have on my clipboard. Are there people here that want to speak for the public comment who failed to sign the paper? If so, please come forward.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Everyone watching, because I was going to sit and listen tonight.
Please state your name first for the record.
Ahava Felicidad
Thank
for the
you.
record.
Mm-hmm.
Montclair native, 1974. And beyond, much further back, families in this town, many generations. I'm the president and the first founder of the Tenants Organization of Montclair. It's important for everyone to know and acknowledge that we are the group with the community that brought rent control to Montclair. And I'm up here right now because I couldn't stay in the seat as I listened to our younger generation, I believe maybe Gen Z, speak about a lot of things that I think need to be researched more in depth, and consider joining us at the Tenants Organization of Montclair as a volunteer and intern, as other Montclair High School students who are now in graduate school, graduating, have done, because we have rent control in Montclair. So for those who are just tuning in, a lot of these comments that I just had to sit and hear, I'm just allowing that to be because I understand that they're still learning and there's a process. But we do have rent control. We have helped thousands and thousands of people stay in Montclair. We have lost a lot of families. We did lose a lot of kids that were also in the school system. Those things are kept fairly private and confidential, actually. But we have lost families. But we have kept a lot more families than we've lost. And we have had rent control since May 9 of 2022. So we obviously have a lot more work to do. We know that there is, the radio show is being recorded. Still segments are being recorded on the second Sundays at our beautiful library. I'm a total library kid. I'm geeky like that. I love being in the library as well. But we are recording there, and we are connected with people at the high school. But I want everyone to just do a little bit more research when you're talking about housing and about what we don't have and what needs to be in the town, especially our Gen Z and our alphas coming up. Connect more in with those of us who are on the ground daily, living this and have brought rent control to the township. So please remember, Montclair has rent control. We have a rent board, we have a rent office because of it. There's a full-time staff member. There are owners who have to register their properties. We're not at a lack of housing in this township. There are actually plenty of places available for people to live. The affordability part, that is definitely an issue. Everyone have a good night. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else, please? Final call. Okay. Now we're going to move on to we have two items that are on the agenda for discussion this evening. I'd like to. No. Okay.
I'm just gonna say, should we do the people are waiting for ordinances? Should we let?
No.
We're running behind.
Yeah, we're running behind, but I gave my word to Councilor D'Amato at the end of last meeting that,
If we want to do the pending ordinances first and then we can do discussion items, that's.
okay, if anybody is waiting, I'd like to make a motion or to withdraw the EDC appointment, and I'd like to ask
Can we
Bill.
just move it move it to after the pending ordinance?
No, I'd like to, in case anybody is here for this, I'd like to make a motion to withdraw the EDC appointment from this meeting and ask Councilor Harrison to second that.
Second?
No.
Okay.
I don't understand. This is on for discussion only. It's a discussion item.
But he doesn't wish to do that.
I
don't care.
I don't even understand that. There are two people who asked for this to be on for discussion only.
Okay,
We're not
then,
appointing anyone.
all right, so then let's do that then. So then the item for discussion for the EDC is on the agenda, and whichever one of you guys wants to go ahead and lead off, and then we'll each take some time to do that. So who wants to lead that off? No, we're going to do exactly what's on my agenda.
Okay, so I'll lead off. So this is, I had wanted this to be on for discussion only, no action today. As we know, the Economic Development Committee is one of the council committees that was established near the beginning of our tenure. Since October of last year, we have been missing a third member. And I think that I wanted to bring this up because I think that this is it's very important that we be able to appoint a third member to this committee. For those of you who do not know, this is a committee of 3 people who, vet, not just development and planning issues for discussion before the full council, but also matters of, we've been trying to work through some ordinances and other actions to promote the economic vitality and attract investment in our communities. So I would like to just ask that prior to the next meeting, whoever would like to, on this council, who would like to serve on this committee and be considered for appointment, nominate themselves. They can nominate themselves, or somebody can nominate another member of the council, and that we be prepared to discuss it on May 5th during executive session.
Thank you. I'd just like to say that, yes, the Economic Development Committee is an incredible committee with a lot of responsibilities. And earlier on, when I was trying to get caught up with the year time to appoint the deputy mayor, it was decided then that we would do the deputy mayor, economic development, facilities and infrastructure, and one other at that time as a group at the end of the year. And so it's my understanding that they will be done at the same time. And so if we're going to do it next week and the group wants to now change, that's fine. Facilities and infrastructure is another major one of our committees, and they do a lot of work, and it's extremely important. And the deputy mayor job, if the mayor is not here, does have a role as well. So some of the other council members may want to be considered for all of them. So the only reason that I was saying that we should take it off is because everybody should have an opportunity. When we first came on, we didn't really go by any set procedure about how people were going to serve on these, or some of them not even the length of time. And I wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity this time to get it right, to get the positions to review all of those major positions, the committees and commissions that council members may wish to be on at one time, and have the limit of those appointments, and so we can serve on them. Councilor Harrison.
When I first joined the council and saw an Economic Development Committee agenda, my immediate thought, which I have expressed to a number of council members, is that committee is doing too much and it should be split into 2 committees. And before we have discussions who's going on it, I think there just isn't enough time. There are many items on the agenda. There are items that the first agenda I saw last October, nothing has happened on, and I think for that committee to be effective, it should be split into one committee dealing with what I will call land use and redevelopment, and another dealing with economic development issues. And that's why I was supporting the mayor to put this off, because I think the first step in this is make a decision as to what that committee should be doing, and should be broken into two committees.
Eileen? I'm sorry, Councilor Birmingham. Councilor D'Amato.
That's not an unreasonable suggestion to do that, but in the interim, that committee is understaffed, so, and is doing things, so there's no, and you are attending those meetings, so why do we not just have you as an official member?
I have not been attending the meetings since I am not a member.
Okay.
And he's also not the only person that wishes to be on that committee. In fact, when we first started and Councilor Lockman was on there, you know, I sort of stepped back because I had served for 12 years and I wanted other committee members, you know, council members, to have an opportunity to figure out what they are and have some time to service. So I didn't push, you know, and try to get on those things. But I think it's really important that you have the mayor serve on, if not that committee, the finance and infrastructure. The difficulty is that as soon as Councilor Lockman stepped away, I mentioned that, and for whatever reason, you know, some people are just like unilaterally deciding that I can't go on there, and there were only 2 council people there then, and when I went there, it was a very bad experience for me, and I just decided it wasn't worth the negativity to go through there. But anyway, we need to work these things out before we bring them, you know, to the table for agenda. I get it. We can talk about whatever you all want to talk about here, but sometimes it's better that we work things out, as Councilor Harrison said. But you know, yes, I'm sorry, Councilor Toller.
Thank you. So thank you for this opportunity for discussion. I am one of the EDC members, along with Deputy Mayor Shin Andersen, so I was a little taken back that Councilor D'Amato was your second when we had conversations, but no, it's okay. No, okay, it's fine.
This is your time, Councilor Toller.
It's fine, thank you. What I wanted to say is, Councilor Harrison, I think he attended 2 meetings, and that was it. He actually openly stated in one of our meetings that he would not be participating until he was appointed, or we've had conversations over the past few weeks, Councilor Harrison and I. We both agreed that we probably need to find a way to split this committee. I've had that conversation with Deputy Mayor Shin Andersen. I do have a document, it's not finalized, that I'm supposed to share with her, so we can take a look at it and see if we want to make it ED and EC, if you will. So I just wanted to put some clarity on what's happening here, because this discussion, in my opinion, it just didn't need to happen, because we had already had discussions. And I just spoke to Councilor Harrison immediately after our last facilities and infrastructure meeting, and I literally begged him to join the committee. So he was going to think about it, and I haven't followed back up with him, so I'm not trying to put him on the spot tonight, but we're probably 75% there, maybe. I don't know. I can't speak for him, but I just wanted to put all of this on the record, because in my opinion, this discussion could have happened between the 2 EDC committee members if she reached out or if I reached out. So we really didn't need to do this in public, but I'm glad we did, and just get it all out in the open. So I just wanted to share that.
All right, so what is, can I ask what the
Okay, so we're not
roadmap
going to
is?
go, no, we're not going to go back and forth. I think Councilor Williams is the only person that has not had an opportunity. Councilor Williams.
If Councilman Harrison doesn't join, then I would self-nominate myself to the EDC.
Okay, so we still have a lot of work to do. So we've had the discussion on the EDC. You still want to wait till the end of the meeting to do your
No,
thing?
we can do it
Okay.
now.
All right. So I'd like to call, please, on Councilor D'Amato to talk about the proposed sidewalk.
I'm sorry, Mayor.
Yes.
Can I just ask, so for the next meeting, May 5th, I hear one, but can we have a proposal for what it would look like to split into 2?
Sure.
Yes,
Okay.
and we've discussed that. I just want to make clear that we did
Okay.
discuss it, but
Councilor
nothing's happened, so
D'Amato.
that's why we added it to as discussion.
It's your turn.
Because we need movement.
Councilor D'Amato.
Okay. So, at the end of the meeting last time around, I said that we could pause on this until this meeting, and, so it has already been deferred. This is a topic that has been deferred for a very long time. There are a lot of residents who would like to have us taking action, if not taking action, at least owning up to previous action and discussing this. So it's pretty straightforward. This has not been circulated. It's not in the package. So just so people know, it is two, previously three. Last week there were three proposed amendments. The one that is not there was one that had to do with, they all have to do with street trees and the township's responsibility for when things go wrong with said street trees. The third one that was there was about if street trees infiltrate people's sewer laterals, which is not a particularly common thing, but is also not totally rare. And I did some had discussions with people. I consulted with our arborist, who instead suggested that when we're marking out for planting street trees, that we also include sewer laterals to the extent that we can. So that is not something that would be an administrative change, just so in case anybody was looking at the previous ones, at the previous three, there are now two. The other big change, if anybody read this 2 weeks ago, or 2 years ago, is that the language at the end of each has been modified to be more, I won't say aspirational, but to be less automatic. So I will read out the two key lines. The first one is just very technical, but when a complaint has been filed by the owner of a residential property that their sidewalk on a public street has been damaged by trees or shrubs or their roots, which are owned or were planted or caused to be planted by the township engineer or designee shall inspect said sidewalk or sidewalk area to determine the validity of said complaint. If it is determined that the complaint is valid, the township may, in its sole discretion, make the necessary repairs or reimburse the property owner for all or a portion of necessary repairs. And the second one, which would be Chapter 297, also in 297, the township may, in its sole discretion, again, reimburse residential property owners for all or a portion of repairs made due to summonses of violations. This is also somewhat aspirational, but I think everybody here and at home should understand the point. This gives us a tool, but not the obligation to help homeowners in a case where the township's control of the right-of-way has led to, in some cases, repeated obligations on the part of homeowners to fix part of the public right-of-way. And I would just finally say that part of this flows from my belief that over the long run, an aspiration of the town, just like an aspiration should be giving shelter to anybody who would like to live in the town, an aspiration would be that the complete public right-of-way be a public responsibility. It is not possible right now, but as a long-term aspiration, and this is part of that. So I think it sort of speaks for itself. And then the other parts of this, so people can see, is a list with a description of similar ordinances to the first one, not the second one, in about a dozen other municipalities in New Jersey. I'm not trying to grandstand here. It's not some great idea that I came up with. Other towns do it. I know it's difficult for anybody, and if people up here are not going along with this, that is because they are worried about the consequences, the financial consequences, and they're being cautious. So keep that in mind, and I will just let anybody say what else they want to say. Mayor, I know you have an interest in this from a long time ago.
Any of the council members have any conversation on this? Councilor Harrison?
Just a technical one, and then I'll do a bigger response of the language caused to be planted. You could argue that when someone has to replace a tree on their property due to the tree ordinance, that the township is causing that to be planted, and I don't think that's what, I think this is street trees. I think we might be able to define that, but we're talking about trees the township is responsible for, and, okay. So my bigger issue is, I understand the cost issues and our budget, but if someone is being fined because a street tree makes their sidewalk uneven, I think the township has a responsibility.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, there are a couple of the examples you gave where the township was doing that provides 50% of the costs, which, because the property owner does benefit if they're getting a new sidewalk, so I think it's fair they contribute. But I think, you know, and if, what I suggest, and we're approving an ordinance, a resolution tonight, we've approved resolutions at past meetings that say we're hiring a contractor under some public contract, and I'm sure there's one for sidewalks, that paying up to, you know, for the water meter tonight, I think it's like $500,000 to do that. We did one for removal of trees up to $300,000. I think we should do something very similar for the sidewalks, and then if the money is not available, you know, we exhaust it, that person, that the fine be, the summons be withdrawn. You know, this is only if the problem, the tripping hazard is caused by a street tree, not if your sidewalk's uneven anyway. And, you know, I like your language of, you know, the township arborists come in and make a determination, I think. But I think to leave, you know, I'm concerned the discretionary part is it's going to lead to people coming here and saying, Joe got his sidewalk reimbursed, why am I not doing it? And people are going to say, you're favoring this ward over this, or this section of town, or this person contributed to someone's campaign, and I don't want to be part of that.
Thank you. Anyone else?
So I mean, I think it makes sense. It's just, like, yeah, like the logistics of both administering it and then paying for it. Is it just the slab itself, like where the tree is? You're not gonna pay to repair their whole sidewalk. It's just like the slab, or what is?
So there could be administrative guidelines that went along with it. And again, I would say that in researching it, I was struck by how all these other towns that do something do it differently. Almost all. There's not very much overlap, which then makes it difficult to figure out what the best is. You know, Madison offers a 50-50 cost share program for sidewalks that meet a priority 1 or 2 hazard level, which I assume they define in their own administrative rules. Other towns will do a thing where they have a program that you can apply to replace the sidewalk at with a certain cost share. Most of them say subject to available funds. Some people who are a resident who's very helpful, resident with a legal background, said that they thought that was problematic language. So it's all very difficult. I'm not saying I have the answer to this. I'm saying this is some of the information, and I would like to see us have a tool to be able to do it. That's all.
Yes, Councilor Williams.
So I think in the spirit of being aspirational, I think we should aspire to, when we put resolutions and ordinances up for a vote, that we know what the potential cost of these are. I think they might do that at the state level, where they do some sort of accounting for what a piece of legislation might cost the taxpayer, because that's ultimately who's on the hook here. The other thing about it is I'll just be completely honest. I'm not in favor of doing something like this, and I think you were really thorough on it, and I appreciate you doing the research here. But one thing that we don't know is how many of these towns that were cited here, do they actually have as much sidewalk as Montclair does? I think Montclair has maybe 70 miles of sidewalk, right? Do we really want to potentially deal with that? And then also, if I have historic bluestone, should the town be on the hook to replace that or repair that historic bluestone? I mean, there's a lot of different questions here, and I totally get the thought process behind, hey, you planted that tree in front of my house, I didn't ask you to do it, and now it's uprooting the sidewalk. I like the tree planting, but I do think that, folks, if you want a tree planted in front of your house, you should have the option, and I said this before, and I know I'm gonna get some emails about it, but you should have the option to opt in to having a tree planted in front of your house if you're concerned about that tree eventually uprooting sidewalk, which it will eventually, right? It's gonna go 30, 40 feet, and it's gonna disrupt the sidewalk. So I appreciate everything that you're trying to do here, but I think that we're just not there yet. But that's just my opinion.
Okay. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I thank you for doing this additional research, and I do think I am in favor of continuing to work on this. And I just want to echo what Councilor Williams just said, because it just struck me that I think a lot of the language came from Wayne's program, right? And I haven't spent a lot of time in Wayne, to be honest, but it does make me wonder. It says that apparently your notes say that their code does apparently not result in a large volume of publicly financed repairs, and I'd just be kind of curious. I would want to know more, like, why is it? Is it because they don't have as many sidewalks? Is it because people don't know that this is available to them? In any case, I'm in support of continuing to develop this and come up with something that's fair and doable from the cost perspective and operations.
Councilor Toler?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have anything.
Did you speak?
I did.
Okay.
I would just say, I think we do need to look at what the cost of this would be, how many we could replace in 1 year, et cetera. We should, if we're serious about it, we should.
I think that most places are budgeting something. And, if we are so lucky as to have a mid-year reallocation of some money from one line to another, and we were to do that could work. If we were so lucky. I would also say, again, just to be fair here, that we have an obligation under the Complete Streets Ordinance to have complete streets, and that would mean that we might prioritize over this creating sidewalk or pedestrian areas in the parts of the township that don't have them. In other words,
Yeah,
like you
Highland.
do want to look at the list of priorities, but I would just ask everybody to take another look and think about what you would like to see in it. Is it important that we find, I will try to do more research. Is it important that we find a way to cap it budget-wise? Just look at the things and hit me with some questions, and I will refine it, and we can have an open session again and keep it modest and tight in a couple of meetings. Bill?
I'd just like to thank you, Councilor D'Amato, because as you will all remember, very early on, I was very interested in trying to do a cost share for the township and the resident. In fact, I did quite a bit of research. I passed out information about what they're doing in West Orange, and then because we have so many differences and whatever, it just sort of didn't go anywhere. So I appreciate you for continuing to move forward, and we keep saying that we're going to get together and iron out some of those things. So I'm looking forward to that, because we do have to have a well thought out plan, but I am very much in favor of taking on some of that responsibility. As Councilor Harrison described well, and as the West Orange plan, if you guys want to look it up, takes into account. Okay, so everyone has had a chance to speak.
One very quick.
Okay, one very quick, then we're going to move on. That was that
Manager
discussion.
look into whether there is a cooperative purchase program for sidewalks and what it provides, and so we can have some way of measuring the cost.
Okay, now we're going to move on to pending ordinances on second reading. I'd like to make a motion to open the public hearing without objection. Is there anyone present who wishes to be heard in relation to the proposed ordinance, ordinance to amend Chapter 347 zoning of the Code of the Township of Montclair in Essex County, New Jersey, cannabis definitions? If anyone is here, I make a motion that we open this the discussion on this.
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Anyone here for this? No. I'd like to make a motion that we close the hearing on this.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Second. Okay. Discussion by council members, please.
Can I just ask, and this is not, this is a rather rhetorical question because some of my constituents were just asking me, but like I'm looking at a headline from 3 years ago, May 2023, and it says from the Bergen Record, with 4 new weed licenses, Montclair on its way to becoming state's marijuana capital. That was 3 years ago, and we have zero. We have zero cannabis. Yep. And the licenses have been given away several years ago. And we talk about things that we need, sidewalk repair. We are really one of the most taxed towns in the country. We need non-tax levy revenue. We are doing that today with some parking. We are looking at doing some of that. I guess, and this is rhetorical, but like, you know, I look at Bloomfield. Bloomfield has almost $1 million in cannabis revenue, and we started considerably before them. Mm-hmm. It seems to me that we keep passing cannabis things. Do we have a sense of what's going on with our cannabis industry? And that's rhetorical, because I know we really can't answer that question, but.
I think we should be able to answer it, which is.
What is it?
Councilor D'Amato?
I think it's one of the same reasons why housing is so expensive, is because it's a torturous process to open a store. So the land use torquemada, to use an old word, is exceptional here. And that's one of them. It's also just, it was a long process to issue the licenses. So this round of amendments streamlined that, which is very good. And the people who are in the cannabis business here are happy with us now in terms of they're saying you're making it easier for us to try to do this. There have also been unrelated or slightly related issues of them getting just their own businesses together, mm-hmm. and they have to deal with red tape on the state level. The other thing that we're doing is we're helping to harmonize the issuing and the reissuing of licenses. So they would be caught in catch-22s. You need to get a license from the state, but the state needs a local one and vice versa. Mm-hmm. So we're trying to make that easier. But it's very, very difficult, and I would say just getting anything, a store or a building built here is much more difficult. Mm-hmm. So it's a lesson that everybody should know. We've missed out.
So more, and I guess this is the
Yes,
question.
Councilor
I'm sorry.
Birmingham.
Thank you, Mayor,
Mm-hmm.
thank you. But like, I think Bloomfield has 8 licenses and they've opened, I don't know, like 6 or something. If there really is why Montclair is at 0, and if it is our code, I mean, because again, Bloomfield is it's on our, we border Bloomfield. Maplewood, similar, like, is there something in that, of our code that we have yet to fix? Or do we?
I believe the code is now pretty good. So another thing that was changed in the previous round in the fall of 2025 was we had a regulation that tied the license to the physical premises, tied the license to the premises, and then we had one of our operators, one of our retail operators, and by the way, we do have a functioning cannabis business in town. You just don't see it. It's a grower. And it's a wonderful little operation by a Mountie.
Yeah.
And like it is, and it's working, and I believe we've gotten a check from them so far. So it's not all bleak. But this, one of the operators was tied to a landlord who wasn't motivated to help them open up, and they kind of lost a year. And so we helped them. I mean, so we're responding, but it's very difficult.
Okay, Councilor Williams and then Councilor Toller.
Just very briefly, I think that this is something that, I know you're our unofficial vice czar, but this is something that maybe EDC should look into, or if not EDC, then you know, in an ad hoc or something like that. We don't have that many folks in town that hold licenses. Just get them all together in a room, see what the hurdles are to open up their businesses, and, just kind of.
They're ready to go. So we have two that are past all of Cush Connection, which is next to the police station, is almost ready to go. And then the other one of them, or the other is through the planning board, and they've done everything. So they're just building it out. And then the third one had some other issues. But we're not standing in the way of anybody right now.
Thank you. Councilor Toller?
Yes, I just wanted to just clarify what Councilor Birmingham was saying. Yes, Bloomfield is far ahead. I think they did have 8, but they're all not open. So sometimes having too many in one place knocks out another business. So just wanted to put that on the record that, they did have a lot, but they're not all open now. Some of them have closed their doors. And perhaps maybe this is a discussion to put something into the master plan for the future, some zoning things need to be changed, open some other dispensaries in other places in town. Perhaps that's a discussion for that.
Yeah, and I just want to be clear, I know that the small businesses are working very hard, and it really is just wanting to make sure that we are not standing in the way and, of anything.
But okay, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I make a motion.
Second. Madam Clerk, please, roll call.
Deputy Mayor Andersen,
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham,
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato.
Yes.
Councilor Harrison.
Yes.
Councilor Toller.
Yes.
Councilor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Okay, moving on to the next ordinance on second reading. Anybody want to do that and move it? Okay, I'd like to make a motion, please, that we open the public hearing on the ordinance 0-26-09, ordinance to amend Chapter 110 Cannabis, Code of the Township of Montclair, Essex County of New Jersey, and I'm going to open the hearing without bias. Is there a second? Are there people here that would like to be heard on this from the township? Seeing none, I'd like to make a motion to close the hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Discussion by the council.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor.
I'm just going to read the ordinance. I don't know if we did that. This is the ordinance to amend Chapter 110 Cannabis of the Code of the Township of Montclair, Essex County, New Jersey. And as Councilor D'Amato indicated during the first ordinance discussion, the changes that were proposed are to streamline the license application process. We, sort of changed some of the overly restrictive criteria and combined some into one paragraph, and also streamlined the license renewal process if somebody is applying for the same type of license and issuance of a municipal license of the same type. So hopefully this will help with the process.
Did we move it in a second?
No.
And I so
No.
move.
Second. Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Andersen.
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham.
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato.
Yes.
Councilor Harrison.
Yes.
Councilor Toller.
Yes.
Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. I'd like to open the public hearing on the pending ordinance 0-26-11. I know we have quite a few people who've patiently been waiting to hear on this, and I thank you. The ordinance to establish a new chapter 212 Montclair Trust Act of the Code of the Township of Montclair, Essex County, New Jersey, and I so move. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? At this time, I'd like to please offer all of you all who have been here waiting patiently to come forward. We'd like to hear from you, and thank you very much.
I guess I'm first. Greg Payson, 97 Pine Street, with ICE out of Montclair, ICE out of New Jersey. I'm just really happy to hear, I think we got progress here. I follow a rapid response hotline type number, and there's more and more calls of ICE in the area, including Montclair, and it's frightening. And I think it's important that this township tells ICE, we understand the federal laws, that if they're not welcome, they're not going to be comfortable here. And we're telling them we really don't need them. I celebrated a birthday recently and got my ID updated at motor vehicles, and didn't realize that you don't get it when you get your ID. You got to wait 2 weeks for it to come in the mail. So officially, my ID is expired. I've got a passport. I was born in this country, but for other people, this might be a situation they are not ready for, and I didn't know. So I hope we have progress. Please pass the Montclair Trust Act as an ordinance tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Do I do name and address for this part too, or
Yes,
no?
please. Thank you.
Dorothea Cook, 9 Laurel Place. There's nothing left to say. I've stood here, as have most of the people in this line, and explained how much we need this. Montclair is listed as a sanctuary city. We're already there, and this is the last motion we need to truly become protective of our neighbors. We need this. There's nothing else to say about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
I am not extremely prepared, and I'm sure people behind me are much more prepared than me, but I would just like to remind the council that when immigrants feel more safe in communities, our overall public safety becomes much stronger. When you have immigrant communities that are afraid to speak or cooperate with police, it becomes dangerous. If people see crimes, if immigrants see crimes, they may not report them. They may go unreported. And overall, if you bridge that gap, if you restore local trust between immigrant communities and the Montclair community, the police here, then you will have strengthened public safety. And I think we should all be for the safety of our town. Thank you.
Thank you. Next guest, please.
Hello, I'm Michele. I live on William Street. Last night, as some of you may know, we had a panel here on this very floor about immigration and the issue of ICE in New Jersey and the United States as a whole. We had representation from all people. We had some of the council members who are here today present, for which I thank you. And we had representation from organizations such as the NAACP, the People's Organization for Progress, and myself, I was there to represent the student body. And this really reflects the diversity of opinions that have come together in support of this act, that this action has to come to fruition. You know, over these multiple weeks that we've been working towards this, since the walkout many weeks ago, which seems like an eternity ago, frankly, but is really not that long ago, to now and this panel yesterday, We've been continuing to work. We've been, continuing to, tap and push that needle just a little bit further every time, and we're right there. It's time for action. I know that you all see it. I think that the general body here can sense that, and I frankly would be very disappointed if this did not come to fruition anytime sooner than now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Victoria Luna. Tonight is an important night. Finally, the Montclair Immigration Trust Act has been brought to the council. Tonight will be a memorable night. I'm hoping for a good reason. I'm hoping that you will all decide to pass this ordinance, to protect the people of this town, to act on principle. I'm hoping you won't act on cowardice. I'm hoping you won't dilute this problem by pushing it off any farther. I'm hoping you won't delay. And there's no time to delay. I considered putting a statistic here, but to emphasize my point, I won't. This issue isn't about the numbers, it's about the people. There are families living in fear, in hiding. If you think it doesn't happen in our community, if you'd like to ignore the fact that it's happening in a detention center 30 minutes away, ignore the fact ICE has been spotted in our town, then fine, sure. But let's do something to keep it that way. For a moment, I'll speak about myself. I was part of the group of high schoolers who organized a walkout, bringing awareness and to speak out against ICE. We received a few comments on the Montclair local article about the event, as well as many more on Facebook and Instagram. People seem to have the belief that since we are young, we are uneducated, under-researched, and unprepared to discuss these matters. The biggest critique is that we were just looking for an excuse to skip class and wouldn't be willing to give up our personal time for this cause. I've been coming to the town council meetings for over a month. I've given my Tuesday evenings to talk about what matters to me. My friends and classmates have come as well to show that we do care about this, and you should too. Do not take an ignorant standpoint, and do not let cowardice control you. Pass the Montclair Trust Act tonight. No more delays. I'm not going to stand here and tell you the facts. If you don't know them by now, that's another problem entirely. But I will tell you that this matters to the people of this town. This matters to me. You want to know something funny? I can't properly imagine myself growing old anymore. I physically cannot picture a world in which I have grandkids, a world where I live to retirement, a world where I'm wrinkly and gray-haired and have a lifetime of memories. I've tried and I just can't. I wish I felt safe. I wish I felt seen, and I wish I felt supported. But I don't. And now my view of my future only extends to college. I want a future, though. That is why I'm here. So tonight, on this important night, I ask you to please act with urgency and with empathy. Pass the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Good evening. My name is Nola Kim. I would like to start with a quote from Michele. Where there's power, there is resistance. That idea is not just about politics or government. It is how a system works in every level of society. It shows the very important thing, that nothing ever goes unquestioned forever. I'll be honest, I just came from track. I didn't have time to change or shower or fully write this out. I've been called a lot of things, Hispanic, Hawaiian, Middle Eastern, and everything in between. I've had people ask me, do you speak English? Where's your accent from? No, I mean, where are you really from? And I mean, I would rather have people ask that. I'd rather have people ask the awkward question, be uncomfortable for a second, get over your whiteness and ask me. Because it's when we stop asking questions, when we start making assumptions, that problems start happening. And right now, those assumptions aren't just social, they're built into systems. Currently, our government is using a system of racial profiling. And right now, y'all have the option to say that we will not help or work with this racist system. Because what in front of us is not just policy or decision, it is a question about how power is used in our community, who protects who, and who will not. We often talk about Montclair using in terms like identity, inclusive, welcoming, and diverse. But who are we if we cannot live up to those words? Decisions on where values stop becoming abstract. It is where they become real. Because we are saying that we don't just support an idea in theory. We are saying that we are ready to make them an actuality. Otherwise, value becomes symbolic, and symbolic values are fragile. They exist in language and not lived experience. But people do not live in language. They live in reality. How can you trust a system that isn't going to ask who I am or what I am? They're just going to assume. Do you want to be in a town that helps a system that will profile people, or do you want to be in a town that says no and draws a line and protects all of its residents? So when we are talking about the Montclair Trust Act, we are not just discussing policy details. We are discussing the values we associate with this town. We are actually reflecting on how it operates. And if Foucault is right, that power is always produces a response, which means the question is not whether the system affects people. The question is whether we are willing to respond to that with reality, with clarity, and attention. I've said it before, and I will say it again. Silence is also a response. Delay is a choice, and inaction is communicating something. So tonight truly is about whether we are willing to align those values with action when it counts. At this point, it is not a complicated choice or question. It is simply a choice between acting now or letting silence and fear continue to define our community.
Yes. Thank you so much. Next guest, please.
Hello, members of the council. My name is Jules DiBenedetto, and I live in the third ward. I stand here tonight on my father's birthday to again remind you that we as a township believe that Montclair should be a place where trust isn't just a word we use, but a promise we keep. The Montclair Trust Act is about something simple: dignity. It is about whether people in this town feel safe walking down the street, calling for help, or speaking up when something is wrong. Right now, too many people live with a quiet, constant fear that reaching out could tear their lives apart, fear that the place they call home might turn against them. And that fear doesn't just harm them, it harms all of us. Yes. Because a community without trust is a community that crumbles. People stop reporting crimes, families go into hiding, and silence replaces cooperation. That is not safety, that is isolation. Passing the Montclair Trust Act is a choice to say that Montclair stands for humanity over indifference, that we value people of our community, and that we refuse to let fear define who belongs here. If we truly care, if the words we say about injustice and inclusion mean anything at all, then this should not be difficult. Caring is not issuing statements. Caring is not waiting for the perfect moment. Caring is action.
Yes.
If you care about this community, prove it. If you care about safety, prove it. If you care about the people who make Montclair what it is, prove it and stand up for them now, not later. Because history doesn't remember the meetings where we hesitated. It remembers the moments where we chose courage over comfort. Tonight is one of those moments. Tonight, I stand in front of you tonight to ask one thing: for you to pass the Montclair Trust Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Good evening. I'm Adam McGovern. I'm at 87 St. John's Avenue in Parsippany, and speaking in behalf of the Montclair Trust Act. I don't live in town, but that doesn't stop me from looking to you as an example. Tonight, you can do something that will make your residents proud and give me encouragement, because all our neighborhoods are at risk and every resistance we raise connects us. One thing we have now in both our towns is a daughter of immigrants as our new congresswoman, and I thought it very significant that she chose Montclair as the site of her victory party. There's a wave rising and a tide turning. I think we can all feel it. We can't see the end of it yet or where it's going to reach, so we just have to stand tall enough to see that opposite shore, where we all live in a country that's more humane and thoughtful, whose people care about each other and realize that we, the people, are the country. That's the America that my grandparents crossed an ocean to get to, and that neighbors of mine today cross jungles and deserts on foot to live the dream of. The people standing in the way cannot long stand up to the people who stand for something. ICE's director is stepping down next month. They say they're putting a hold on the warehouse concentration camps, though we're keeping an eye on that. And they have been trying to sound like a kinder, gentler secret police. And while they are not to be trusted or believed, we can run with that advantage and confirm what this country is really about and make sure that what has been allowed to happen starts to end now and cannot happen again. In taking this vote tonight, there is a lot on your shoulders, but your neighbor, your sister, your brother is not heavy, and the decision is clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Hello, my name is Lily Benavides. I live in Lake Hiawatha, and I just took the time to come here and speak on this issue. Thank you for allowing me to do that. I am an immigrant, and I've been here for almost 40 years. And I am an activist. I help different organizations regarding human rights and immigrant rights. And I volunteer for all these organizations. I do all kinds of stuff for families of detainees. Okay, so lately I've been visiting people that are detained that don't have any family here. And I have a couple of people that really call my attention because of their situation. One is this guy, Nicolas, which he's from Guatemala. He's indigenous. He was here for about 20 years. He worked for the same family for 15 years. And he was just walking on the street one day and he just got caught by these guys that jumped out of the car and took him. He was in Delaney Hall for about 4 months. And even though he signed a voluntary departure, they took a long time to let him go. And the week that he was leaving, they moved him to 4 different places in 5 days. By the time he got home, he has lost a lot of weight. He was exhausted. And he's 57 years old. He was working here for 20 years, really hard. His purpose was to pay for the university for his kids. That's what he was doing. He wasn't committing any crime. He didn't have any records of anything. He deserved an opportunity, but we know that we don't have that. We haven't had that in decades. We don't have any immigration reform, anything, nothing. So the people that have been here for that long don't have any chance. The second person is also an indigenous. By saying this, I'm saying that 7% of the people that come from Latin America are indigenous. They are descendants of the original people of Las Americas, because America is not just this piece here, right? It's a continent, and all of us that are descendants of the original people are also natives. And this guy, he's a young guy, he's still in the Delaney Hall. He's been there for 7 months fighting his case. He asked for asylum. He's been ignored. He's been denied the asylum. He has reasons to get an asylum because he's scared to go back because of his indigenous community is in danger. So that's why I'm coming here to talk to you about this, and please ask to approve to pass the Trust Act.
Yes, thank you so very much. Next guest, please.
Good evening. I'm Jenny Pisaki. I am a resident of Cranberry, not Montclair, but I do appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak here this evening on just 2 issues, both pertaining to the Montclair Trust Act. Number 1 is that Cranberry, Jamesburg, Monroe, and several of the towns that I do live in and near and work, I am a community social worker. They are looking to towns like Montclair for some guidance and direction. We've been told repeatedly that there's concern that there will be retaliation from the federal government if we take any action about standing up to ICE or federal law enforcement practices that are unlawful and inhumane. However, my town of Cranberry happens to be surrounded by warehouses. We have warehouses in our town because, quite honestly, being a member of our town council, we voted to put them there, and that would help us with our taxes. We never imagined that the warehouses are also now targets. We are looking to towns like Montclair for guidance and direction so that we too can set up ordinances that can protect our folks. We too have ICE driving through our town. We too have refugees who are afraid to go out. And then the other piece of this that I wanted to speak to is, and aside from being a community social worker, I'm also an American Sign Language interpreter. There are quite a few individuals in Delaney Hall and the Elizabeth Detention Center who are deaf or hard of hearing. You're entitled to have a phone call once every 2 weeks. Unfortunately, the phone calls that people are permitted are phone calls, not phone calls that are going to work for someone who is deaf. So consequently, they are afforded iPads. Unfortunately, the iPads are circulated among the centers. So there are 4 iPads that get circulated among the 2 centers. In addition to them, the background when you're using them is blurred. So if you are signing to someone, your hands can't even be seen. And quite a few folks who are deaf also get bumped and moved to other centers. Please, these centers are inhumane. please stand up to these practices. Please do not allow federal immigration practices to be taken over or forced upon by communities like Montclair or communities like mine in Cranberry. Thank you for your bravery.
Thank you very much. Next guest, please.
Good evening, everybody. My name is N.J.S.A. I'm from Frockhalo, Montclair. I'm here to thank you first for putting up this ordinance. It has a higher level of in the legislative structure of Montclair. And I also want to tell you that I work for American Friends Service Committee. We are one of the largest, if not the largest, legal service provider for immigrants in New Jersey. And we've seen how horrible it is to start fighting when people are already in detention. And what Montclair is doing is preventing that it happens in the first place. And of course, we've been doing it for many years. And American Friends Service Committee has been fighting to represent people, not just in the county jails here, at Delaney Hall, but also in jails that are outside of New Jersey for residents of New Jersey. And I remember a few years ago, I was raising funds in Montclair to pay for the bond of a woman who was arrested by the police of Montclair. And we ended up doing that. It happened. It was a successful operation with the help of some community members in neighboring towns. So I hope that with this ordinance, Montclair will never be involved, will never let its information, either knowingly or by inadvertence, to any federal agency that will lead to the detention and deportation of immigrants. And as an immigrant, I'm very privileged to see this happen in Montclair. And I want to also say that we have a lot of organizers who are coming from neighboring towns and from very far. And I've been in some of those towns as well to push as they are pushing here in Montclair, and congratulate Montclair for what they are doing. We don't have county prisons county jails who detain immigrants anymore in New Jersey. That's a good sign. It's because the fight that we've done, American Friends and some of the folks behind me, people are watching from home. They see that Montclair is leading the way. We're hearing folks from other towns talk great about the work of Montclair. But we must make sure that these policies that represent our values are actually really follow up through, because the great thing about legislation is that nobody works hard to make sure that they are respected, that our police officers understand exactly what it means for them, because they have been mistakes in the past. They need to understand. In other towns, I've seen towns with sanctuary policies who have let their police officers go out there, arrest people because they look like immigrants, because they speak like me, and finally, the only thing we hear is that ICE has stopped by the police station and picked them up, now they're in detention. So things like that should not happen. And I really appreciate all your effort, all your work in passing this ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'd like to make a motion without objection to close the hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, is there council discussion? I'd like to
say just a few things, if you don't mind.
No, thank you.
Okay, so first of all,
is your mic on?
Oh, yeah, just a few things. Number one, I think I'd like to first of all thank all of my council colleagues for voting for this affirmatively the last time, and also all the advocates that have been coming out. I especially want to thank the students, and you should all, with all that horrible, all the horrible comments that that people posted on the articles, I would just say, I would venture to guess that there are at least a few of you who are probably going to be running for office one day. In fact, I hope it will. So consider this a test run for just ignoring, the haters. The second thing is, I would like to ask if the township, Mr. Marks and Ms. Cammarata, Thompson, if we could just make sure that after this is passed, that that you work together to make sure that the employees and everyone who needs to be aware of this ordinance, that it's incorporated into the employee handbooks and volunteer handbooks, whatever we have, and make sure that that happens so that the training is there. And I would also like to encourage everybody to make sure you go to our website, which has resources for people who might need help and know your rights information. And then lastly, I just wanted to acknowledge the young lady who is Kim. I hope that we can all vote for this. For anyone who's, I myself have, as an adult, have been told to go back to my country, you don't belong here. A lot of that language sticks with you, so that when you hear it, when somebody tells you you don't belong, it does stay with you. And so I'd like to think that we're passing a law that is something that is within our control for anyone who feels like they don't belong. This act is for everyone who lives in Montclair.
Thank you. There's been a movement and a second. Madam Clerk?
Mayor, I don't have a movement in a
Okay,
second.
I thought I did that when
For the
Second.
hearings, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
but-
Second.
Deputy Mayor Andersen,
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham,
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato,
Yes.
Councilor Harrison,
Yes.
Councilor Toller.
Yes, but one thing that wasn't mentioned is this ordinance, if it successfully goes, which it looks like it will, it goes into effect 20 days after tonight. So that'll be May 12th, just for the record. So
Thank
yes.
you, Counselor.
Councilor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to new business ordinances. Counselor Toller, will you please do new business ordinance D, please? Counselor Toller, we're going this way. Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, I made a mistake. Counselor
Once again,
Williams.
there are little candies in the front.
Counselor
If anybody wants a
Williams,
candy,
please.
have a candy.
My
Yes.
main buddy that encourages me to move things along.
I'm gonna move it along.
Thank
Mayor.
you. I
No
appreciate
worries.
you. I know you've done
So-
so much work. Go ahead, I'm listening.
So it's agenda item D, resolution to amend Ordinance Section 327, Vehicles and Traffic of the Code of Township of Montclair, New Jersey. So moved.
Second?
Just
Discussion?
Just a little background on this, and we have another complementary ordinance that we'll talk about a little bit later, which is agenda item number, letter F. This particular ordinance is to put stop signs in a problematic area in town which borders the 3rd and the 4th wards. Is by the old firehouse on Harrison Avenue.
Excuse me. Meeting's still going on.
Sorry. So this is the area, this is to put stop signs in the area of Cedar and Harrison. And that particular area is problematic just because of the speeding that occurs on Harrison Avenue. And there's been plenty of outreach to the folks in that area. You know, flyers have gone to people's houses, and we had our first town hall on this in November 5th. We had our second town hall right on site on March 23rd, and I think Councilor Harrison was at the first town hall. But in any event, there's low visibility on the corner of Cedar and Sutherland because there's a retaining wall, so if you're going eastbound on Sutherland, it's very difficult to see the oncoming traffic. So this is to put stop signs to kind of alleviate some of the speeding and some of the complications in that area. Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
I'd like to. I'd like to have something.
Oh,
to
I'm
say.
sorry. Usually you're more
Sure.
aggressive,
So
and I know when you're ready.
I just wanted to clarify, because
Mhm.
it seems like, Councilor Williams started the reading of item D, but was referring to item F, and actually, item D is actually making Sutherland Road a one-way
Oh,
street.
absolutely.
This isn't about
No.
stop
Okay,
signs.
now
So
that's a
I just
big
wanted to,
difference.
clarify that.
Thank you. Huge clarification.
So if you'd like to start all over, sir?
Yes, I jumped the gun to F. Letter D is actually turning Sutherland to a one-way street. Same, everything that I said before is still is the same. 2 town halls, outreach, flyers on doors, meeting with people about this, and this is overall going to make that area a lot safer. Thanks.
You want to have a discussion? Is
Yeah,
anyone-
absolutely
Sure.
discussion.
So I thank you, Council Williams, for setting the record straight. I did speak to Council Williams regarding this ordinance, and in my opinion, it's not needed. There hasn't been enough, in my opinion, data provided that we need to one-way Sutherland. 7 accidents over, I think the police department had 7 accidents listed between 2020 and 2023. I'd like to go back 10 years. You know, I would prefer that we do a deeper dive. I've also talked to Council Williams about a resident at the top of Sutherland who has a disability situation. It's just, to me, it's just not needed. We don't need to one-way the street. What we need to do is have our engineers and our DCS director look at trying to calm traffic from Harrison where it meets West Orange. If you start slowing traffic down before they actually get into Montclair, we possibly, this street is so quiet. There's really, and you know, I just can't visually understand or process why we need to make Sutherland Road a one-way. It seems like a little street that just doesn't need any attention like this. If there's traffic concerns coming down Harrison, I understand that. We need to look at some additional traffic calming measures to slow the traffic coming into Montclair from West Orange, as well as going out of Montclair through West Orange. I just don't really agree with this, but this is his board, if you will.
No, Councilor Toller, I appreciate
It just
that.
doesn't make good sense.
Yeah,
And
I
know-
appreciate that.
May I, and
Yeah.
I know that our Complete Streets Director, I may have had some input with this, as well as Neglia. And with all due respect to Neglia, you know, I've said this before openly, and I'm going to say it again. Because they're hired help, they're not designed to tell us no, ever. That's just the facts. I know that trying to one-way a street here and one-way a street there might be the mission of some of the Complete Streets Board's agenda, but it's just not needed for this area, in my opinion. And that's just my opinion. I just wanted to put that on there.
Okay, so I appreciate you sharing just your opinion, but in furtherance, when we brought this before the Complete Street Board, there was no agreement that this was something that should be done there. In fact, there was quite a bit of conversation from the people that were present at the board meeting that this was not necessary. Those of us that went, you know, to do a lot of door-to-door work in those areas, the feeling was pretty much no, and surrounding streets. And so I think that if it does turn out that this is a popular demand thing, that we should have, you know, something in writing, and we should let the Complete Street Board fully go through the process and get an opinion from that board, and then, you know, bring it back. I get it. All we have to do is have, you know, somebody second your, to get whatever you want on our agenda. But this is, to me, like a wake-up call, because if we're going to have boards and even some of our committees and things like that doing things, then we either have to respect the process and fully ride that out until they come back with a unanimous, you know, decision or whatever. We spoke about that, but they didn't do anything. Now, whatever they did, if they did something with you after the hours, they didn't come back to the Complete Street Board and get, you know, an opinion from that.
So what I'm hearing, and you raise very valid concerns. One, there's been a lot of community outreach. So, you know, if you spoke to a couple of folks, I don't think anybody has done more outreach on this particular issue than I have, but that's just my opinion.
Because you don't know.
Like I said, I don't think anyone has. The other thing here is if we have a process in place for something like this, you know, this isn't a small undertaking, changing a street from two-way to one-way, and you're suggesting that the process go through the Complete Streets Board. I do remember that there was a street change to one-way, Linden. I do not recall that. I don't recall any outreach going to to the folks that live on Linden. I don't recall the Complete Streets Board, and I don't know, opining on it or anything, and it was just.
That was their recommendation.
It was,
wasn't mine,
it was
sir.
done, and
Complete
so
Streets Board
this.
did that.
No, it was
So-
before, it was not, it was before the board got up and going. That was the engineer that was
okay.
very
Well, there you
astute
go.
and
Well,
responded and
it's
did
the
that
same,
on his
it's the
own.
same, it's the
Sometimes
same
they let-
engineer,
It
it's
didn't
the
go-
same
yeah, but it
engineer
didn't
that
go through the
recommended
Complete
this.
Streets.
I'm sorry, this is the same engineer that recommended the one-way on Linden, but that was valid and this is invalid.
That's not
But
what I'm saying, and
I don't get
whatever,
it.
even if you did more, and I'm not trying to disrespect the couple of minutes that you did versus the 70 years that some of us have lived in the neighborhood and gone past there and never had an accident, and I'm not trying to challenge whether the engineer was the same. It doesn't matter to me, quite frankly. If we're going to just let the engineer make the decisions, we can dissolve the Complete Street person, save $200,000 from the money that we can save for that department, and move on and let the engineer do the job, if that's what we want to do. But if we're going to retain a department, and we're going to have a Complete Street board that some of our council people work tirelessly on, it's just my opinion that we should respect it. There's nothing in this for me, Rahum, and I'm not trying to minimize what you're saying. It has to be something else. And we did not have the Complete Street Board up and running for the street that you're referencing.
May
Yes,
I?
Councilor D'Amato.
So the Complete Streets Oversight Board, it exists for a more focused function in general, which is to approve, to make sure that streets are complete in terms of being able to service drivers, pedestrians, and bicyclists. And it exists, and I may be wrong, basically to adjudicate a checklist during every modification of a street. So that's why it's there. It's not there to approve every suggestion that is made about changing street order. That's our job, with the advice of the engineer, I would say the Complete Streets Director, the DCS Director, and also the residents and people who we trust. So it's not, I look to that board for guidance, but that is not the mechanism by which these are done.
And yeah, I agree with that, and I
So-
received that. But the board, the chair, Mr. Neiman said at that meeting, yes, perhaps there are some other things that we can do, since it is not popular by that area to have that one way. He was offering some Complete Street suggestions. Again, my understanding is what yours is. I'm not saying that for everything, but if there's a process that's moving forward, then, and if someone is saying, the chairman is saying, he has some other suggestions and ideas that may work better in this area, then either we're going to respect him and let him do his job, or let's don't use him at all. And again, I wasn't that in favor of bringing on, a whole nother department for us to fund. And then, and I said, why don't we just let the engineer and the people that have been doing this for decades continue to do this? And I don't think that this is
It's
supposed
the
to be
engineer is
that.
the one suggesting it.
Right, so I'm fine with that, but then the question goes, if we're not going to use the people that we're retaining that are offering suggestions because it went to them, and we're gonna ignore them when he says, I have some suggestions on some things that may work better for the complete street in this area, and we didn't even hear what those suggestions are, and we're being asked to vote. That's the only
But
problem
we
I
don't,
have.
okay, we don't want to be in a position of putting people on the spot to contradict staff members contradicting staff members, right? They may have different opinions on things, and we're still working out what this is about, but like fundamentally, the process through which this was brought is not flawed, because this is the way it's done. Somebody requests, the engineer writes a report, and if somebody else thinks that there are other things that can be done to traffic calm, that doesn't really void this. I don't know.
Okay,
Can I ask the
that's
manager, just as the person who
May
is
I?
the supervisor?
No,
I thought he was.
yeah, we can just vote to introduce
This is
this
to
and move
introduce.
it
This is
on.
just to introduce it, and
Madam
we need
Clerk,
some.
please call the roll.
May I just?
No,
No,
I'm
I
sorry.
have to, I'm sorry,
Okay,
because
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
when I make my vote,
Deputy-
I'll
Yeah,
make my
when
statement.
you can do it then. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Andersen,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
No, and I would have liked to have given a long explanation.
Go
as
right
to what-
ahead. You might as well. Everybody else
So-
is having
Well,
it.
this is important, Mayor, you know.
Yeah, no,
and it
go
really
ahead.
is.
Go ahead.
The-
Go ahead.
the-
We'd love to hear it.
The
And please
the-
refrain
the-
from calling out.
The-
Thank you.
The intersection, there are two separate issues here. One, the intersection, there's speed on Harrison, and they're put in a couple of stop sign, four-way stops as it is. I think one here is highly desirable. Coming up Cedar and making the left onto Harrison is a treacherous maneuver most times of the day, and having the stops. My question on making Sutherland one-way is that necessary if you make it a four-way stop? The problem, and my sister's 7 years younger, and so for many years I was chauffeuring her around town. One of her best friends lived on Sutherland, and we always picked her up on Harrison at the corner because of the retaining wall. So, but if it's a four-way stop, a lot of that issue of coming out Sutherland is gone away because the cars are going to stop. You're going to have to pull out a little, but coming out my street, I have to pull out a little because of the shrubs on the neighbor's property to the right, and so I have to pull into the into the crosswalk before I can see cars on Grove, which, similar or even greater traffic. So I'm not sure, I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, but I think let's get the four-way stop installed, see what happens. If it's still necessary to make Sutherland one way at that point, I'll be all for it, but I'm not sure it's going to be necessary with a four-way stop. So I'm voting no on this ordinance. I will fully support the four-way stop.
Madam Clerk. Thank you. Counselor Toller?
Sure. No, but I would also like to make a statement that Linden Avenue, as Councilor Williams and I think Mayor cleared it up already, that was something that was recommended through Neglia. It had nothing to do with Councilor Toller, an ordinance or anything. It's something that was presented to us. In regards to your Orange Street community meeting, you had about 15 people there, and the majority of the residents didn't even want this. Now, perhaps later they went back and you may have talked to a handful of people, but my understanding from the residents that was there, 15 people is not a town hall. Right. They weren't really in favor of making this a one-way, so I don't understand why it's being done. And I also have concerns with the residents that are up on Stonebridge, if you will, how that's going to affect them with Sutherland being a one-way. If they've been accustomed to coming and going a different way. You go past Stonebridge, you're up in Eagle Rock now. So that's going to back up somewhere. I'm no engineer, but I'm not sure if this was vetted enough. And when I spoke to you on the phone, I did tell you, I recommended that you should table this, that you should go back and have a little more conversation with some other neighbors, some more people, and see what can be done to slow traffic down in other places. And as well as the family that I mentioned to you that has a disabled person, you really need to understand how this may affect them with medical service or appointments that this spouse may need to get her husband in and out of a house if one street is just one way. So, those are my thoughts. My vote is no.
Counselor Williams?
I'll make it very brief before I vote yes. So this went through a more robust process than Linden did. This was recommended by the same person that recommended Linden one way, and I think some of the comments have been reductive as to the amount of effort that was put into for outreach, but that's fine. I think it's a mischaracterization that most of the people that were there did not want this. That was not the case. It was a mixed bag. As with any piece of ordinance legislation that comes up, you're not going to get 100% most of the time. Well, we had a couple of 100% tonight, but it's going to be a mixed bag, and it's up to us to digest the facts and then, put forward the best thing in our opinion. So that's what was done here. There's always going to be one-offs. It doesn't work for one person, but we have to do the greater good here, and that's why I'm voting yes.
And
Thank you.
before the mayor takes her vote, again, 15 people is not a town hall meeting. Additionally, if Neglia was the one that recommended Linden Avenue, that's turned into a problem.
Can I just ask though,
No,
because.
Neglia recommended a Linden, and that turned into a problem. That has to be fixed.
Yeah, no,
Okay, excuse me. I would like my turn, and I'd also like not to have, the council members up here telling me how to run the meeting. I'd like the opportunity to do that, and there's been other things. After I cast my vote for no, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. Oftentimes, when it gets late at night, people start doing things that are very strange, like making up, like they know how many people I spoke to, how many and I think that's like, let's play nice in the sandbox, kiddies, and I think we need to take a 10-minute break. So I vote no, and we're gonna take a 10-minute break. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, let's go to new business ordinance, letter E, please. Deputy Mayor?
This is an ordinance to amend Chapter 341 Water, Article 22, all services to be metered exception. I so move.
Second. Discussion, please. Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Andersen.
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham.
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Harrison.
Yes.
Counselor Toller.
Yes.
Counselor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Thank you, Councilor Williams. Will you please do F?
Certainly, Madam Mayor. Ordinance to amend Chapter 327-9.1, multi-way stop intersections. And this was, so moved.
Second.
So this was the ordinance that I was referring to before with the stop signs in the intersection of Cedar, Harrison, and Sutherland.
Okay. Please, would you read it?
Oh, what am I?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
An ordinance to amend Section 327, Vehicles and Traffic of the Code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey. You want me to read the whole thing?
But yeah.
Oh, okay. Be it ordained by the Council of the Township of Montclair in the County of Essex that the Code, Montclair Code Section 327-9.1 multi-way stop intersections hereby be amended to read as follows. Multi-way stop intersections. The following described locations are hereby designated as multi-way stop intersections, and stop signs shall be installed on both major and minor streets as follows: Harrison Avenue, Cedar Avenue. This ordinance shall take effect in accordance with the provisions of N.J.S.A. Title 39 Motor Vehicles and Traffic Regulations as amended.
Okay, anybody have any discussion?
Yes.
Councilor Toller?
Just for my colleagues here, it appears that N.J.S.A submitted the same backup for this ordinance, not identified. I mean, there is a little chart here, but the backup documentation that they presented for Harrison and Cedar is the same information for the one-way street. So hopefully N.J.S.A will do a better job going forward. I'm in support of this. I believe that this is needed and it will help that particular area.
Okay, just my comment is.
Councilor Harrison?
If we don't do the one-way on Sutherland, it should be a four-way stop. So can we amend it to say, unless Sutherland becomes one-way westbound, there shall be a stop sign at Sutherland as well?
Thank you. Oh, that's not part of the discussion?
Well, the report says that if you're going to have, they recommend both. So you can't have one without the other. So
Why?
that's what the report says.
But it's our decision, not N.J.S.A's decision as to what we're doing.
Correct. It's the engineering's recommendation that you'd be going against.
I understand that.
As not, okay? I mean, but you're in the middle of a motion in a second, so that has to be discussed first.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the point of order. Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, please.
Oh, wait.
Oh, yes,
So,
sir.
I mean, on this one, in discussion with Director Neiman, that this is really what they all agree on. So there wasn't any daylight between our Complete Streets Director and the engineer that if you are going to have a four-way, you need to have the one-way. So that's, they should have been placed in order, better order. But to buttress what you were saying before, it's not just about the process. This is a technical question that, I mean, we have say on it, but they are saying that you need to have both if you're going to have the four-way. So
That's my question, though. We don't.
I'm sorry,
Go
Councilor
ahead.
Toller. No, and I guess when you when doing the roll call, you can
I'm sorry.
add some different stuff or whatever. I don't know if Councilor D'Amato was finished
I
yet.
thought he was, my apologies.
I'm fine. I'm just pointing out that in the last conversation, that wasn't brought up. It was suggested that there was some daylight between the experts, and the
Yeah.
experts are in agreement, you know, that if we're going to do one, we should really do both.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to have discussion? Yes?
Yeah, sure.
Mhm.
I mean, you know, I can't process that if these are experts, that they're submitting stuff with wrong backup for us to even review. So that's the first thing. I just think we should pull this and make sure that they're submitting this backup for this particular ordinance. Has to do with Sutherland as a one-way, if you read it. How am I supposed to thoroughly understand what work or research they did to verify that? And I'm not saying we don't need the stop signs at Harrison and Cedar, but this backup is the same backup from the other one.
Yes, I'm gonna, wait. Were you finished, Councilor Toller?
yeah,
Okay,
fine,
now, Councilor
fine.
D'Amato, you have more conversation. Anyone else, council
Right.
members? Deputy Mayor?
So the way I read the memorandum was that it addressed both. It's the subject matter is both this ordinance and the one prior, because they are interrelated, as
That's what
was
Councilor
indicated.
D'Amato said, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
That's why it says the same thing, and I don't have an issue with it.
Oh, okay. Anyone else? Do you have any further things that you'd like to share with us before we vote on this, please? Councilor Williams?
No, just, it's the same memo because it's addressing kind of the same situation and saying that it should, that's what,
That's what I just
you know.
said.
But anyway, the memo is, if you turn to the last page of the memo,
Okay.
it talks about the stop control, but anyway.
And Madam Mayor, may
Yes.
I? So, Madam Attorney, you're stating that what Councilor Harrison is offering to add is not something we can add now or
Right,
include?
you have to take the vote, and then if it fails, then you can make a motion to amend.
Gotcha.
I actually don't want to make that
Councilor
amendment,
Harrison, it's your
but-
turn now.
But why can't we move to amend the ordinance that's introduced? I do not want to do it to this one. I'm happy with this one at this point. I misspoke before. But the next ordinance, I do want to amend what was presented to us. And are you saying,
But we're not at the next one
I know,
yet.
but I want to understand, because she's, how I go about, we're to talk about this one.
Before there's a motion on the thing, before there's a motion, because Councilor Toller had already moved it and there was a second. So when I call you for the next one, I'm gonna call you first, right? And you would put the amendment in before we have a movement in a second.
Well, that's what I'm trying.
I'm helping you, yeah.
And so it's being introduced as is, and
Yeah.
then if you want to amend it before the second, or amend it after.
Right.
Well, why can't I amend it tonight? Why?
You can, the one that you want to, because we haven't gotten to that one.
I don't know what amendment you're talking about.
The next one. Can we move on? I got you covered for the next one. Did anybody else want to talk about the new business ordinance F, please, before we do a roll call? No. Madam Clerk, please.
Deputy Mayor Andersen?
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham?
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato?
Yes.
Councilor Harrison?
Yes.
Councilor Toller?
Yes.
Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
No, and just for the record, I'm not going against anyone. I think we have, two very competent individuals that are in positions to help us. I just have to get a better understanding about how we arrive at some of the things, when I know that there were some other great suggestions about what we could do, the traffic calming in that intersection. Next,
We have an ordinance,
ordinance, I'm going to call on Councilor Harrison, please.
an ordinance amending Section 8 of Chapter 230 parking lots of the Code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey, to revise the parking permit fees and related regulations. This is for the public to know. This is to raise the fees in all of the parking decks and parking lots in town. There's a subsequent ordinance dealing with the street meters. I move the ordinance that was presented to us, with the exception of the sentence that is being added in A that would allow the fees to be increased by resolution by ordinance be removed from the ordinance, so we would have to make any changes by ordinance. I am philosophically opposed to doing changes like this by resolution. And two, it will create confusion, even though there'll be a schedule, there'll be an ordinance that'll say one thing, and then if we change it by resolution, and that is going to confuse people who look at the ordinance. So I am moving this ordinance with the exception of the first sentence, the change to the added first sentence in D be removed.
I second them, both of the motions.
On the amendment, right?
I second the motion and the amendment, yeah.
Okay. Discussion?
No, I just really want to know, when this gets implemented, how does the parking authority determine they're going to get this information out to residents? Just curious if there's a plan of action, or are we just going to let people find out the way they find out? Because the permits are going up, correct? Is there a plan of action to notify permit holders that this is going to be an increase in the near future?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Yes, so that would be, our plan would be to make sure that we let it out, have Matt send some messaging out on social media. We also plan on, we have the capability right now of emailing every single permit holder. So every permit holder will be notified about this. And as far as the meters go, that cost is associated with each meter and pay station, and it's displayed on the meter and the pay station. So people will know about that as well.
As long as something's going out via email, I don't really trust the township social media. There are not enough people following it or on it to catch the information. I mean, it can go out that way, but if you have access to email every holder, please make sure that happens.
Understood, Councilor. Yes, that's our plan, is to be able to do both, to make sure we have both covered.
Can I just ask a quick?
Yes, Councilor Birmingham.
Manny, do you happen to remember the day that you were here, the council meeting, where you and Jake explained the rationale for a lot of these changes? Do you remember that date? Because anybody who's watching who may want some background on this, I'll look it up if anyone remembers.
Do not. I'm sorry, I do not.
Either.
February 24th.
Oh, February 24th. Okay, thank you. For those who may want background, there was a presentation. I think it was an excellent presentation on February 24th.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have a question.
Yes, Councilor D'Amato.
Or if you could explain, why do we have different rates at our decks? Like why, in other words, why wouldn't this be a good opportunity to just harmonize them, and why is the Bay Street deck permit lower than the Midtown deck when the Bay Street deck is a transit point deck?
Unfortunately, I don't have an answer for you as far as that goes. The Bay Street deck has always been lower since I started here in 2018. Our goal is to actually get them to harmonize and to all be the same by hopefully by 2027, 2028 is what we were thinking.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
You just
That's the
didn't-
discussions
you would
I
like
had.
to harmonize it,
Those
but-
are the discussions I had with the finance committee, and
Okay.
that was the conclusion we came up with.
Well, and he's exactly right. You didn't want, I think you're going from 100 to
125, which is
right.
a 25%
So that was a
increase.
25
I
increase, and
Yeah.
if you didn't want to go well beyond that,
If
right?
we
So
were to
at a certain point, through incremental increases over time, it's going to be harmonized.
So the rules will all be the same?
Correct. That's
Okay,
the
good.
plan.
That's fine.
That's the future
For
plan, correct.
simplicity's sake, but we don't want to unduly shock people. Okay, good.
So,
Deputy?
yes, just to be clear, these are just for the monthly permits, for these, just for the monthly permits.
That is correct. The hourly rates, we're not messing with the hourly rates this year. That's
Okay.
correct.
And I do actually, I would like to I have some non-substantive edits that I'd like to suggest. May I
Yes.
make a motion to?
There's a motion on the floor, and there's a second.
So why don't you vote on that motion?
Yeah,
and then first?
then we can do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's do
Yep.
that one first. Or do we want? to do
Anybody
them
else
all at
want to
the same
just discuss this as is, or can we move on? Madam Clerk? Roll
Deputy
call,
Mayor
please, on
Andersen?
the amendment that Councilor Harrison offered.
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham?
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato?
Yes.
Councilor Harrison?
Yes.
Councilor Toller?
Yes.
Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Now, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, so I would like to make a motion to make the following amendments.
Second.
Oops, wait, I haven't said what the amendments are yet.
I see them on your paper, the non-substantive one. You want me to read it off of your paper for me?
So, I appreciate you sharing. So, in the whereas, delete the semicolon after demographics and delete the word and add a period after demographics. Okay. In paragraph B, surface lots, I would, in A, B, and C, I would remove the word to before the dollar amounts for A, B, and C. As well as under the Bay Street deck, remove the word to in A and B. And then or under early bird, I think it should be, it currently reads the rate you will be charged. I would just delete the words you, will, and be. And then under crescent deck, also remove the word to prior to the dollar amounts. And that's it.
Anybody care one way or the other about this? Because it's really non-substantive. Anybody discussion on that? Okay, Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Andersen?
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham?
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato?
Yes.
Councilor Harrison?
Yes.
Councilor Toller?
Yes.
Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Moving on to the next one, please. Hello. Madam Clerk?
Who's the movement and the second?
I'm the move. Okay. Second.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Andersen?
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham?
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato?
Yes.
Councilor Harrison?
Yes.
Councilor Toller?
Yes.
Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Aye.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Who wants to take the next one, please? Councilor D'Amato?
This is agenda item number H, an ordinance amending section 36 of chapter 327 Vehicles and Traffic of the Code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey, to revise parking meter and pay station rates, operating hours for surface lots, street parking, and the special parking zone. And I so move.
Second. Discussion? Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Andersen?
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham?
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato?
Yes.
Councilor Harrison?
Yes.
Councilor Toller?
Yes.
Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Aye. Councilor Birmingham, please?
I'm sorry, I need to be skipped.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Then, Deputy Mayor?
Oh, okay. This is I, right?
No, I'm sorry.
Yes.
New business ordinance. An ordinance amending section 327-22 loading zones of the code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey to update the loading zone operating times and days. I move.
I'd like
Second.
to second, but I'd like to ask for an amendment. I wasn't aware this was coming out, and I just have a question. It may not be an amendment to it, but I do have a question.
Yes, Councilor Toller, please.
I'm just curious, you know, we need to add Maple Avenue. We have two businesses there that have asked for it, at least to me. We have a laundromat and we have Jefferson's Restaurant. They do get supplies in, so I'm just wondering if there's any way to incorporate a small portion of Maple Avenue for loading for maybe Mondays between 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Because parking's tight over there, so when those two owners come in to unload their vehicles to take supplies to their store, they don't have a loading zone.
If the council wants to amend that, I mean, you can, I guess they can amend. There's a motion, okay.
So,
So I can work on that ordinance if you like, though. I can do a quick study to see, make sure that that's, feasible.
well, there is some, I understand, but where he has it is not where it needs to be, in my opinion. It needs to be further down the block, because this area that you designated on here for west, from a point 471 feet south from Bloomfield Avenue, who is that serving?
Counselor, we didn't adjust any of the locations of the loading zones. All we did was change the times and days.
Okay, no, that's fine,
So
but
if you
I'm
wish
just
to
still
change the
curious
times,
who this
if you wish to change the
serves.
locations, we can definitely look into it, is what I'm trying to say. This ordinance is strictly for the time that the loading zones are being used, and also for the days that loading zones are being used. That's all this ordinance does.
Maybe that's for the daycare center, this area that you're referring, that the ordinance refers to, you don't know where it's located? Because I don't really see a loading zone sign. It might be the daycare center, maybe.
There may be.
Well, we can make a new one. Okay, we'll
If
go
we
with
have to,
this,
we'll look into it, yes.
And we'll try
We
and
can
make a
absolutely.
new one for further down Maple, where we do have two businesses and there is no loading zone for them to park to unload their vehicles.
I have no problem looking into it, Counselor.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Andersen.
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham.
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato.
Here, yes.
Councilor Harrison.
Yes.
Councilor Toller. Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Councilor Williams?
Agenda item J. I
J.
don't know why it says number. J, an ordinance amending 327-15 overnight parking of the code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey, to update the overnight parking permitted streets. This is to allow overnight parking on Warman Street. It was in compliance with the rubric, and so moved.
Second. Discussion? Okay, Madam Clerk, please.
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham.
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato.
Yes.
Councilor Harrison.
Yes.
Councilor Toller. Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you. Councilor Toller. Letter K, please.
Agenda item K, new business ordinance, and ordinance amending Article 2, rent and fees, Chapter 234, Parks and Playground of the Code of the Township of Montclair, New Jersey, to revise the swimming pool permit fees and regulate and related regulations. I so move.
Discussion?
I just think that some of this needs to probably be read out loud for anyone who's still up and joining us, that these fees, what they're going up to. I don't know if you feel like doing that, or just make
Yeah.
sure people are aware.
Okay, so did you want to,
I'm not trying to
start-
amend anything, just I think we need to actually say how much everything's going to cost.
No, this
Mayor.
is for non-residents
Okay.
fees.
Mayor, may
Okay,
I
so-
just explain?
no, I just want to know what it is that she's trying to accomplish. What is it that you want to know? Okay, because on here, we met with the Director of Parks and the PRCA and others, and the the Director of Parks now, Mr. Thornton, and we discussed these, and the noteworthy thing is the fact that now we're going to be including non-residents as well as residents. And so if you look on the column there that says non-residents, that's giving us these fees for the non-residents. And this is the first year that we've actually done that.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that's because we needed to, because of the expenditure of Green Acres funds.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'd also like to, I think this also is allowing for the purchase of daily passes for both residents and non-residents, which I think is a very good thing.
We had that before, but this is good too.
Yeah.
Yep. Yes, Councilor Birmingham?
I just have a question because this, as you said, this is the first time that we're opening to non-residents. I think there has been a discussion that the non-resident fee is lower than like other towns. I'm just curious if it makes sense to cap it. Again, knowing kind of this is a little bit unknown how many people will be taking advantage of it. The idea, and manager, I'm not sure if you know, like if it were to come that like we were thinking we were approaching a capacity that we know is too much, is that an administrative move? Like you can just say we're going to cap it at X number of non-resident families, or is that something that we would have to do by ordinance? Do you know?
It would probably excuse me. It would probably be based on the capacity for the day. So if a pool had a capacity of 100 patrons and we were approaching that, limit for the day, then we wouldn't let anybody else in. In terms of like total for the season, I don't know how you would do that.
Yeah, I guess that's, because let's say, I'm just going to say, like, let's say 2,000 non-resident families were like, oh, I'm going to come to Montclair's pool because it's $500. Just, is it that then, like, we don't want a situation where then every time somebody tries to show up, every time a resident shows up at a Montclair pool, it's like, sorry, we're capped for the day, because I'm not saying this is going to happen, but like if we get a sense that there are lots and lots of non-resident families registering, like way more than our normal capacity, can we cap it? And maybe this is a question that we need to take.
Probably needs some legal research.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's been, for this season, it's my understanding that because the batch sales are going to be imminent and that this ordinance is not going to be effective until after those sales occur, there will only be badges sold under the present ordinance, which limits it to residents. Then after this ordinance passes, which will be, I think, the May 24th, somewhere around that time period, the non-residents can then start purchasing badges or application or seasonal passes. And that is itself. So we're discussing that for this year, and then for next year, we can look into reducing the fees, seeing how it works.
Okay. If it becomes a problem this year, we could always revisit the ordinance.
Because I think some other towns do have, we limit it to X number of out-of-town families. I
don't think Green Acres
allows that?
Yeah.
No? Okay.
Our municipal pools, but we can do what I suggested, like an early bird special.
Yep. And I thank you for that, because during the discussion with the PRCA and the director of the recreation, that's what was mentioned, and I did not have a chance to go back and fact check, but if it is what we discussed at the meeting, it was discussed that we couldn't say, no more out-of-towners, and then, save spaces for people that live in the residence, but they did talk about the early bird special, yes.
Mayor? Yes, Council. Deputy Mayor, I'm sorry. That's a really good question, because I was wondering, I do know that other towns like Verona, I believe Verona is one of them, but maybe they don't use Green Acres funds. I think my question had more to do with the possibility, was there a discussion about whether or not there would need to be an increase, more lifeguards on duty, or that's not impacted?
Yeah, no, they didn't discuss additional lifeguards, but that's an interesting thing. We didn't discuss that at all. Anyone else? Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Andersen?
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham?
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato?
Yes.
Councilor Harrison?
Yes.
Councilor Toller?
Yes.
Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you. So now we're going to move on to the bill list. Oh,
We didn't do H.
H? Well, I have to pull up on the other paper.
What happened to H?
What did you want to go back to? There's something else that I missed? Because I thought we were at the bill list. We're going to go on to the bill list, please.
Everything's on consent.
I know, but I said, since the bill list is never consent, and so that's why I deliberately didn't say consent agenda. I said, now we're going to go on to the bill list, because unless, I'm going to be totally surprised tonight, this is not going to make the cut for the consent agenda. So we can put it under consent agenda and then ask Councilor Toller if there's anything she wants to pull.
Yeah, of
Off of
course.
the.
I mean, I have a question. I didn't
Right,
get an
okay,
answer, but
okay.
There are
Pull it if you just have a question.
Question, okay.
Well, no, I do, because I don't want to vote yes for it.
Okay,
'cause I don't
so
have the
other
right
than the bill list, are there things that people want to, just move out of the consent agenda for further discussion?
Yes, please.
Okay, Councilor Toller.
Of course, number one, I have a question. Number two.
Number two.
Number four.
Number four. Anyone else have anything that they'd like to take out?
There's one more.
Okay, okay,
I don't know if anybody else.
okay.
I said number four.
We have number one, number two, and number four.
I have one other. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get the number for you,
No,
please.
take your time.
Where is it? Number 10.
A number, that's in the new business, that's not under the consent
Oh, okay.
agenda.
I think then that's it then.
Okay, all right.
It's only going up to number 6.
Approval of items 3, 5, and 6.
Second. Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Andersen,
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham,
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato,
Yes.
Councilor Harrison.
Yes.
Councilor Toller,
Yes.
Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you. Councilor Toll, will you lead us through the discussion for the bills list, please?
Yes, I did receive Manager Mark's email. I did reply back. I didn't hear back from the staff member you assigned, I guess, to answer my questions. So I'm going to table Angels, Landscaping, and Schauger. I will get those numbers for you. I thought there was supposed to be some conversation with Schauger regarding this last invoice that they submitted and the park. But the first one is Angels 2501, because I'd like to see the invoices. Since I have the old invoices, I just want to make sure they're not sending more duplicates. And the Schauger purchase order, vendor number, I'm sorry, is 8107.
So, just for the record, if I may,
Yes, Manager,
Madam Mayor.
thank you. Mhm.
A couple of meetings ago, there was a concern expressed about possible duplicates in the bills list. We did have a follow-up meeting, Councilor Toller, with Austin Ashley and Michael Lynch. We went through all of the invoices from both Schauger and Angels Landscaping, and there were no duplicate invoices.
That's not true. There were duplicates. There were duplicates actually submitted from the vendor to the township. And I asked about the tallying of it, and you explained that the system would not allow for the same invoice number to be inputted. So we
Correct.
still don't really know if that amount is true, but the actual vendor did submit duplicate invoices. And the reason I'm tabling Angels is because this is a new bill for a new amount of money, and I'd like to see what they've submitted, okay? Schauger's on again for a new bill payment after the $500,000 we gave them. Now they're asking for $63,000, and they tore up our park. I thought the last discussion we had was that someone was going to reach out to them to verify. Did we get any money back for them, just dumping snow and salt anywhere? I don't know. But I'd like to see what invoices they're submitting for this $63,000 now, because we've mailed the check for $500,000. We did that. I want to see what they're submitting for $63,000 at this point. Same thing with Angels. That money was sent to them at the last. This is a new bill for a new amount. I'd like to see the invoices.
just for the record, there were no duplicate payments.
That's better.
As far as, we will comply with all of Councilor Toller's requests, so in terms of documenting. As far as, I think Councilor Toller had asked for either a credit or some remuneration from Sugar for the snow that they had dumped in the parks. That was done at the behest of the Department of Community Services, so.
I didn't ask for credit, sir, and I don't mean to interrupt you. I thought that you or someone was going to have a conversation when we had our last meeting to find out what, if anything. I know that we can't ask for credit because this is a state contract and it's a purchase order. I understand completely how they work, okay? Because we were in executive session, if I'm not mistaken, when we were talking about this issue with the park. And I thought someone from your staff was going to reach out to them to find out if we even need to pay this bill because of the damages they did to the park. I didn't ask for a credit. We can't ask for a credit. We can't ask for a credit. But we need to find out what it is they are, what we should pay for the damages. They are charging us $63,000 for dumping snow in the park.
It is virtually impossible to determine
And we also asked
what
to take them
snow
out the
was
vendor
dumped
list.
where by whom. You know, the snow, there were a variety of contractors as well as Department of Community Services, vehicles and equipment and drivers who were all dumping snow into Essex and Erie parks. And it's literally impossible to determine, you know, what snow is dumped by Sugar, what snow is dumped by Angels Landscaping, and what snow was dumped by DCS personnel.
But in addition to that, and I guess this is a sort of a question, but maybe not really, they wouldn't just pull up on our property and start dumping snow without us giving them a sense that this is where they're supposed to dump it, right?
Correct.
Okay, so I respect what you're saying, Councilor Toller, in terms of something needing to be done. But if we as a township are thinking that that was the right thing to do at that time, then now we find out it's not. I don't understand why we're going to charge them, because they thought they were doing.
Well, what I'm saying is, you know, I've asked at least, and I know Councilor D'Amato wanted it. I asked for a report of which vendor does what part of town.
Oh, okay.
That would narrow down who did what. But if we don't have that, then we can just keep throwing money out.
But it still, in my mind, doesn't matter if we as a township are letting them do that and think it's okay. They didn't just cruise on to Montclair and say, I'm going here.
No, that's correct.
Yeah,
Somebody had to give them
led them to
guidance and
believe
say
that this
that's
was a
okay.
plan. In the
Absolutely.
spur of the moment, when we had that horrific snowstorm, somebody led them to think it was okay, and it was done. Yeah. Okay, any further discussion? No? Okay, and so what is your ask here, Councilor
Again,
Toller?
I'm asking
sorry.
for the invoices because Sugar and Angels Landscaping are on our bill list again for 2 different amounts of money. As I stated previously, we've already paid Sugar the $500,000 that I tabled once before. After the meeting, I told the manager to call the finance office, take the check out of the safe, and send it out in the mail. Angels submitted something, I think it was for $77,000. I don't have my notes in front of me. That's been paid. These are 2 new bills added on here, and all I'm asking for is to see the invoices. I mean, if nobody's checking to ensure that they're not duplicates or what have you, I'm just trying to see the work, and perhaps this might pin down who dumped the snow at Erie, because their invoices should be detailed with what locations in town they worked.
All the snow was dumped in Erie. And
Essex.
Essex and Erie.
So
Again.
it's
Yeah.
And I thought you and I agreed, Council Birmingham, and I forgot where the meeting was held. I feel like it was an executive session that we wanted Sugar off the vendor list. We don't need to do business with them anymore. We had pinpointed that it was them somehow. But
What did
now
they
the
do?
manager
What
is
did
saying he
Sugar
doesn't
do?
know who it was. It could have been anybody. That's
What
the
did
manager
Sugar
just
do?
said. Dump the snow at Erie and Essex, so.
But that's where, I get
I
what
don't
you're saying,
know.
but that's where I fall, yeah. Okay.
Oh, that's right, my apologies.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like. this-
All right. And so you're asking us to do that now before we take action on this?
Correct, I just want the invoices. If you guys want to vote on it, go right ahead.
Can I, and I'm not opposed to, you know, if other council people want to pull that. I'm still, I don't think that, at this point in time, to me, if
Here's the
vendors are
bottom line.
coming.
If
Let me
everybody's
just finish what I was
comfortable,
going to say. No,
then I can
I
vote
didn't finish
no,
what I
and
was going to
everybody
say,
can
though.
vote yes, and
Counselor
y'all just
Toller,
keep
I
paying
just
the
wanted to
vendors
say that at this
or
point in
whatever. It's
time,
fine.
if we allow someone to come in and say, you're going to dump here and you're going to dump here, and they follow our directive to dump here and there, that doesn't make it their part. But the other thing I'm just like is, if we have these things in advance, is there a way that we can have them pulled so that we can see them before the meeting?
I did what was
Because
asked of me.
You asked them to pull
I
it.
asked the manager
Okay.
a question. He
Okay.
referred the question to the DCS
Okay.
director, and I have not heard back, so.
All right, and the only reason I'm asking that is because if it's some things that we'd like to see, I'm just trying to figure out how we can get that before the meeting and then pay the bill, because I don't know what the repercussions are if we don't pay bills on time. And they shouldn't be paid if they're not supposed to be
Well,
paid.
most purchase orders, you have 90 days to pay. It depends on what the back of the purchase order
Okay.
says, so.
See, yeah,
it's
you've
not a
got all that
30-day thing.
knowledge. I don't
Okay.
know, but I'm just hoping
But
that if we
I
have
did
things that you
follow
want
the
pulled.
manager's request,
Yeah.
that I'm sure, I don't know if everybody else got the same email. They wanted to go over the bills list, and I had a question. He sent my question to the DCS director, and I haven't heard back.
Okay.
So if
All
I
right.
don't have the invoices to review, I don't have the invoices to review.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any discussion, conversation? Madam Clerk,
Mayor, may I have a move-in?
did you move that?
So move. Wait,
Okay,
what
may
do
I
we-
have a
what do we-
second?
We're
We're
moving the entire
moving that
bills
we
list?
take out the, you want both the Sugar and the Angels,
Yes,
Angel
I
and
read the vendor
Sugar.
numbers down. Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, it can't just be pulled anymore according to finance.
Okay.
They did a memo. According to the prompt payment law, you have to actually vote to stop payment because the checks are ready to go out because of the process. And I'm not sure that it's 90, I believe it's 60 for.
Okay, it's not, yeah, 60 or 90 days. I know it's not 30 days. Mhm.
So I'm not sure when, and that starts the clock from when the PO is certified. Because remember, when you certify the PO,
Right,
you
you
certify
did.
that the goods and services have been delivered. And that the timesheets or whatever, the invoices are accurate. And so that's the time, and so it goes through a process. So you actually have to, you can't just pull things off bills list. That's why it's on the consent agenda. You have to actually stop payment.
Okay, and can you just let us know, so say we stop payment tonight, then what is the process, attorney, please, after that? And how long does it take, and what does that do in terms of people we may want to do business with again? Maybe we don't, I don't know yet.
Oh, and interest starts at 30 days. So when you're
Interest.
Yeah, so you have to pay them interest on top. It's 60 days to
Well,
pay.
let's
but
do
30 days
this.
for-
Just move it the way it is, and if people vote, go for it. That's it.
No, because she's saying we have to stop the check,
payment.
so it,
What Councilor Toller is saying is just move the bills list without anything coming
Yeah,
off
that's it.
for a vote.
Mhm. No one else seems to want to see the invoices, so it's fine.
I'm just trying to get understanding, Counselor Toller. If there's a problem here, I'm just trying to understand it. And I thank you for helping me understand somewhat. And although it seems like she's saying 60 days, you're saying 90 days.
She said 90 days for school districts, 60 days for
60 days for
municipalities.
that.
Correct.
Okay, so we're at 60 days. And I was trying to find out what happens after that and how long does that process take? The next meeting, can we put it back on? Attorney,
That's
did
what
you
they've been
answer
doing.
that? The next meeting, can we put it back
Yeah.
on?
Mhm.
In what?
Once we stop payment, like you're saying, we have to stop payment now, if we wanted to do this. So then at the next meeting, can we put it back on and start payment up
Yes.
again?
Of course.
Okay, because this is the first time I've heard, and I appreciate it. But if I've never heard this before, I have no idea about how long these things take.
It was brought to my attention by your temporary or interim CFO, and I
Okay.
was given a local finance notice to indicate that there's issues with just pulling the bill. So what has to happen is that I
Has to be a
didn't
stop
understand the
payment.
process either. We
Mhm.
have to actually stop the payment.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
So-
Deputy Mayor?
Is this the same company, this is the same company that, where it was determined that no duplicate bills were found?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Yep.
So you're saying we would be paying interest? We'll be paying interest on $79,000 or $60,000?
If it's after 30 days.
Okay. Okay.
When does
And-
that start? I'm sorry, I'm Councilor Birmingham. I'm just trying to find out when
No,
the
I mean,
30 days start.
I do think that stop payment, because it literally, you have to like stop payment on a check, you have to, it's.
And we get a
you're-
fee, right?
Not to make the prompt
Yeah, it's not an
payment, so
actual
it's a
stop
business-
payment like you
unless
think.
it's a
It
business
sits in the safe. It's not
Okay.
actually canceling it out.
So can we pass it, and then if you can look into it, and then if there's some, I mean.
Once
I
it's
don't-
passed and the check goes out, there's not much else we can do. So it's fine. If this is what the majority of the council would like to do, go for
Yeah,
it.
I mean, I'm assuming it's been checked.
Because this is a regular and ongoing concern, I think it would be helpful to have Mr. Ashley actually come to the next meeting and explain the process. There's multiple checks and balances of reviewing invoices by himself, the people within DCS, the people within purchasing and finance here. So there's multiple eyes, multiple checks and balances to make sure that vendors are not getting paid twice for the same, invoices and work.
Councilor Harrison.
I was trying to behave and not say anything.
Councilor Harrison.
I guess I'm a little confused as to what's the point of the bills list and our approving it if we can't not approve it. I mean, I've gone to many municipal councils and watched them invariably vote on bills lists. And I always understood the point of it was so they could go through and say, what the hell is this? And I think, and and I guess my question is, if it's discovered that there's an error in the invoices, what is our recourse if we approve the payment to them?
I mean, if we discover an error, we could always, as we just discussed right now, we could either cancel the check or hold the check, and if.
Okay, so if we approve this as is now, and in the next week, you don't send out the check, you go through with Councilor Toller the invoices, and it's all fine, you send the check out.
Right.
If there's an error in their favor against us, you can come back with an amended amount for the next bills list and say it should be $5,000 less because of an error.
Yep, that's what we did. We sent the check out that day, after I met with them.
And that's what we did a couple meetings ago, where we had a follow-up meeting, and we went over the invoices, and there were no errors, and the checks went out.
I'm not gonna say it wasn't no errors.
After we had the meeting, because they were held.
Thank you.
I kind of disagree.
Anyone
with no
else,
errors,
Councilor
but-
Toller?
No, that's it.
And Mr. Harris, Councilor Harrison.
Yes, Attorney?
If there's a legitimate business concern, you absolutely, that's the reason why the bills list comes to you all, to see if there's a legitimate business concern to be raised, and you can absolutely go as an entire council.
And my understanding is Councilor Toller is raising a legitimate business concern. And
She can make a motion
I-
to stop the payment based on that. Absolutely.
Okay, so is that what you did? You made a motion to stop the payment?
Right, so I said pull, and I guess I'm supposed to say stop.
Stop the payment.
That's what it sounds like, right?
Okay.
But just to be clear, you can't do what you did last time, where you're like, okay, this is fine, let's send the checks out, because the council has voted to stop the payment.
No, that's not what we did the last time.
But what we're being told right now
we're
is you
being told that,
cannot
But I find
do.
it quite interesting that we're now being told that because I'm going through these invoices with a fine tooth comb. I don't want to hear checks and balances are happening here because it's not. It's just not.
Okay, so.
And the check was released. So I understand that when this bill list gets in front of us, the checks are already printed and ready to go the very next day, here at
Right,
2:05.
but I'm just saying, they cannot be paid for, it's 2 weeks until our next
Right, because the
meeting.
back of a purchase order, which is a contract, says that this municipality has about 60 days to pay any invoice. Of course, we're trying to pay them in 30 days after receiving.
Yeah, I just want to be clear that what you just said, where you said, and then I checked it out and it went out, cannot happen, is what we're being told, right?
Not
Like, because we're issuing, we're saying it's stop the payment.
If it's accrued more than 30 days, you're gonna, it's, the local finance minister says you're obligated to claim interest back. on the-
But then we
on
wouldn't be in
the
30
stuff.
days if,
And then,
we wouldn't be in this particular case. I understand what she's saying, but we have another meeting coming up. That check would be not issued, and it would go on for the end of the month, the end of May.
right. and
That's
that
still
was-
not
that's a
within 30
request-
days.
That's a request from finance, from your finance, the process of pulling checks from the bills list, because there are checks that are not going out.
Yeah, the
They
big
get
ones,
lost
the big
because
ones.
you're pulling and you're not specifically stopping.
Right, but now that if we stop it tonight, then we
Okay.
can expect it'll be done within 30 days and we won't have to pay
Absolutely.
it in
Within 30 days.
Oh.
Information. I don't know when the PO was signed and what this check is from.
So it goes from the date the PO was signed and not from tonight?
It has to go with the date that the invoice comes in, and it's signed off by whatever director.
Right.
Okay, and then they attach it to whatever, and it gets circulated and put on our bills list. So, you know, if they submitted an invoice for January now, that's not our fault. They were supposed to submit that back in January.
January.
If this invoice that they're submitting for this particular bill list is for March, then we're good. Okay, but vendors have to be held responsible too for submitting their invoices in on time, if they want to be paid on time.
Anyone else?
I just don't really understand what we're trying to do here. I mean, we have, I
What
think,
am
a
I trying
good,
to
a good
do?
finance department that is going through the work. At least to my satisfaction, it's been established that the most recent second guessing of it and claims of duplicate invoices.
It wasn't a claim, sir. They were actual duplicate invoices.
Okay,
The
so there
actual
was
paper
never-
was a duplicate.
so-
We still don't know if it was the total amount that was correct. I just let it go. Okay, when you say claims that there was duplicates, no, that was actual.
Okay, I
fact.
said to my
There were 3
satisfaction.
invoices
To
with
my
the same invoice
satisfaction,
number,
to my
actual piece of
satisfaction, I don't
paper.
believe you.
You don't have to believe
I'm not,
me.
I'm saying I don't believe
You
it,
don't have
and you've
to
said,
believe me.
I want this vendor off the list. I don't even know what the,
I know
why do you
don't
want them
know.
off the
I
list?
know you don't know, and
Okay.
you don't have to believe
I'm
me.
going to
I know
ask
what I'm
Madam
doing. You
Clerk,
don't.
please, if you would call.
And
No,
that's fine,
I'm sorry.
Eric, knock yourself
I can't
out.
ask Madam Clerk. Who was the
Knock yourself
second? Councilor Toller made a motion to, what did we have to do?
Yes, you
Stop,
don't believe me. Who the hell is
stop
he?
the payment? What is it? Stop the payment. Is there a second? Did you want to second the motion to stop the payment? No.
So there's no motion on the There's no motion, so we're gonna vote on it?
May I, Mayor?
Yes.
So that I can have a clear understanding for the record, to Councilor Birmingham's point, based off of what the attorney advised and what the manager reported, I looked at the record from the last meeting. On that bills list, this governing body pulled purchase order number 26-01518 to Schauger Group in the amount of $63,420. Now it's being reported tonight, if I understood correctly, that that was investigated, and now this governing body is going to add that to this bills list, authorizing that payment? Is that correct?
I'm not certain. I
I
have to
never
defer to
received-
Councilor
I
Toller.
never received the invoice. Mr. Marks sent out the bill list asking if I had any questions. I replied back to him with the 2 vendors that I had a question. He referred it to the DCS director, and I haven't seen it back. I haven't seen the invoices yet.
Yes, Councilor Toller, I understand that point. That's about the bill list that's presented to you for approval tonight. What I just put on the record is from the last bills list. So what I'm understanding is that payment of $63,420, which was pulled from the April 7 bill list. You want to add that to this
It's
bill
being
list
put
and
on here
authorize
now.
it.
Yes, yes.
That's point 1 that I
Okay.
needed clarified.
That's good. I didn't
Thank
get
you.
that. Okay.
It's on this bill list.
It's on
It's here.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And thank you for that
Thanks.
clarity. Then point 2, I understand that Councilor Toller made a motion to pull Angels Landscaping and Schauger Group, 2 invoices that don't have identified the amounts in the POs yet, but you want to pull that.
Because
I
I
didn't.
haven't seen the invoices.
Yes,
That's all I'm
ma'am.
saying.
And I didn't hear a second. Then later on, Councilor Williams had a motion, which I didn't hear a second for, to approve this bills list as is.
Second.
That's fine, go for it.
Okay.
That's fine, you know.
Mayor, would you
I
like
don't
to
really
call the
care
roll?
about it at this
This is a
point.
motion to approve the bills list as is. There's a motion and there's a second.
And who motioned? I know.
Counselor Williams moved to
Uh-huh.
approve the bills list, and Counselor D'Amato seconded the motion.
Okay, roll
Can I-
call, please. Okay.
I'm sorry,
No, go
because
ahead.
what you just
You
said
might as
is,
well.
yes,
No,
thank you,
yeah,
Mayor.
right. No, I appreciate it.
Because essentially what you are potentially saying is we pulled it.
Mm-hmm.
Then you said, I reviewed it and the checks went out
I
the
didn't
same day.
review it for
Okay,
63.
but you said that the checks went out.
The first check that went out was for $500,000. I did not send out a check for 63 for Shaw at all. I
Okay.
pulled it and I have not seen the invoices since the last meeting when I asked for it. Okay, the check that did go out was for $500,000 to Shaw, not 63.
That was
This is a
on
new
the
bill.
Okay,
bill
so-
list prior to April 7th.
Okay, and same
so-
thing with Angels, when I pulled Shaw for $500,000. Angels, I believe, was about 77 or $78,000. Those two were released already. This 63 that I tabled, if you will, or stopped in April 7th, I haven't seen the invoices for them. And I'm still waiting to see the invoices. But if you guys are comfortable and feel good about it,
Well, my
vote on it. Just
understanding
vote
from
on
my
it. Don't even
prior
worry about
discussion
invoices.
with the
Let people
manager
send you
I'm
is,
sorry,
evidence what paid.
I'd like to, Counselor Harrison.
my understanding from the prior discussion with the manager is he will go over, if we approve this as is, prior to sending the checks out to Schwager and Angel, he will go over the invoices to verify there are no errors. And is that a correct understanding? And if there are no errors, he will send the checks out, and if there are errors, I think we tell them they're errors, and there's this little thing in here, we only pay for services rendered, and if there's duplicates or whatever, we're not obligated to pay them.
Correct.
But is it also accurate that if we vote yes for this tonight, the check goes out tomorrow before?
No, the manager's saying he's not gonna send it out tomorrow until he
Okay.
confirms the
Until it's
invoices are
confirmed.
accurate for those two
Correct.
items.
Okay, so if we vote yes for this now, just like the last time, you'll confirm.
And in the interest of full transparency, I will make sure that everybody has a copy of the invoices, so everybody has eyes on it and can see that there were no duplicates.
Definitely.
And I'm
Yep.
sorry to beat it.
No, we're all just discussing. Go right ahead.
I just want to clarify, the review that was done with Counselor Toller, where no duplicate bills were found, which bill was that for? Like,
There were probably 4 or 5 different
Which
invoices
invoices, sorry?
There were
involving,
invoices with the same invoice number for the same amount of money, so those are called duplicates. That's the bottom line. How it's tallied up, you explained that if you put in the invoice number into the MIS system, that it won't
Correct.
accept the same invoice number. Now,
Correct.
did we really sit down and tally it up and go through each one? Absolutely not. But once you told me that MIS does not allow you to put 1, 2, 3 invoice, 1, 2, 3 invoice, 1, 2, 3 invoice, 5, 6, 9 times, that it can only go in there once, I left it alone and said, okay, then the tally must be right. Okay, but let's stop saying that there were not duplicate invoices, because there were actual duplicate invoices that your DCS director stated 3 or 4 sets of eyes receive these invoices before they're brought in for payment. So my question was, who's actually checking these off to see if 1, 2, 3 invoice for $10,080 is not given to you more than one time? Shouldn't it be 1, 2, 4, and then 1, 2, 5, and then 1, 2, 6 for different amounts of money? That's not what happened. They were duplicate invoices, period. I accepted what you said regarding your system here, that if you put in 1, 2, 3 once, that's the only time you can put it in. So 1, 2, 3 could not be put in 3 or 4 times.
Correct.
That's why I left it alone, okay? So I just want to put on the record again, there were duplicate invoices handed to your departments in 3 different sets of eyes, as your director explained, saw these invoices
so
and
when,
still sent them.
when you're saying duplicate invoices, are you referring to like the same amount of money?
Same amount of money.
But it
same
was
number.
different invoice numbers.
Right. Some of them
Right.
were, some of them weren't. That is correct. Shawger had a couple, Angels only had 2.
Because we went over, I mean, we had a meeting with Austin Ashley and Michael Lynch, Councilor Toller and myself. We went over each individual invoice. I was satisfied. I believed that you were
I said I let it
satisfied
go. I
after
said let it go,
we
and I
went
told
through
you to let the
everything.
checks
So
go out, and
the-
absolutely.
there may be the same total amounts for each invoice, but each invoice had a separate invoice number.
No,
So
they
it-
didn't, sir. Some of them had the same, I'll bring them to you. I'll scan them in and email them to you. Some of them had
Okay.
the same invoice number and the same amount of money.
I would invite Austin. I mean, this is a serious matter, and
Yeah.
I don't take it lightly, so I would invite Austin Ashley to actually present at the next meeting.
So, just for my clarification now tonight, if we vote no for what's on the paper, right? What happens then? Since we're not pulling it, so nothing would really happen one way or the other, whether we vote yes or no. If I'm understanding you correct, Attorney?
There wasn't a motion notice.
Right, it wasn't, but I'm just saying, the motion is to vote on this as it is, right? And so I'm just saying, if, 4 people vote no to accept this as it is, then what happens? Well, you said we couldn't, it wasn't gonna change it then because we didn't pull the check. So they're gonna get paid either way, it seems like. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Madam Clerk?
Okay, this is a motion to adopt the bill list resolution. Deputy Mayor Andersen?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
No.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Abstain? So we had quite a few pulled. So we did the bills list, now we're up to number 2.
Yes.
Counselor Toller, please, a resolution authorizing the provisions of Rio Supply, Inc. through the Morris County Cooperative.
Yeah, I just had a question on, this is for $650,000 to be spent by July 1st of this year. Is that correct?
So the plan is to essentially make the purchases within the week of you guys passing the resolution. That's why we put it on, because the contract changes as of July 1st and the meters increase in price. If I can get the order into him prior to July 1st, he will honor this current contract pricing.
Okay. Because I think it says somewhere in here 6 months, and is it 6 months or 3 months?
For,
I mean, I understand what you're saying. You're trying to get the price in before the new fiscal year starts, if you will, for this vendor. I think it's in your resolution where I saw 6 months. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh. Okay, so you're just going to get the stuff in at a cheaper price because come July 1, the prices go up.
correct.
Okay. And this will be a blanket purchase order, or will this be?
This is a not-to-exceed contract, so essentially what we did was we ran a report and found that 52% of our water meters within the system are 16-plus years old. So before they start failing, we want to do a multi-year attack on them to try and do around 2,000 meters a year.
Okay, so there's going to be a blanket purchase order or a standard purchase order?
So it's going to be essentially based on how many we order based on funding. This year, it's going to be probably around $640,000 purchase order I'm going to give them, and that'll give us right around 2,000 meters.
So when you go to peel it off to pay it, is what I'm asking?
Yes.
So, okay.
Yes.
Because some people up here don't understand and might want.
No, so essentially, yeah, so like I said, we're just trying to lock in the cheaper price, and then once we lock in the cheaper price, we will cut them the purchase order for the $640,000.
Okay.
And they have the meters ready for us, so it's just a matter of getting them the purchase order, and we'll go from there.
Thank you.
No problem.
Anyone else?
I just,
Deputy Mayor?
I just have a quick question, Mr. Primavera.
Yes.
How many years do the newer batteries?
The newer ones unfortunately last less time. They are 10-year battery lives, where the older ones were more 20-year battery lives. So what we are trying to do once we really get these older meters out is start a rotation of, say 500 a year, to ensure that we are up on it. We're also looking into other ordinances, like Denville has an ordinance where anything 3-inch and above is actually the property owner's responsibility. They have to get tested every 5 years, and every 10 years it has to be replaced, just to relieve the utility of constantly doing these larger meters. It's something we're kicking around. We're not sure if we're going to do it yet, but 95% of our system anyway is 5/8, 3/4, or 1-inch meters, so it would still fall under our purview. It's just those larger meters can become time-consuming and difficult to replace.
Anyone else?
Yeah, they're a residential customer with 3-inch? No.
No, those are your larger buildings, mixed use or apartment buildings are 3-inch and up.
Let's do it. Thank you. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
May I have a movement and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Deputy Mayor Andersen?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller? Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. We have number 4, Councilor Toller, please.
Sorry,
Okay.
I'm just pulling it because I didn't want it, I wanted to be able to vote on this without it being a consent agenda item. That's all.
Okay. Can you read the number 4, please, what it is?
Sure. Resolution ratifying and reaffirming the award of a non-fair and open professional service agreement to Parker McKay PC for legal representation and special counsel, affordable housing litigation matters. I so move.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Andersen?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Abstain.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
No.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Number 5, 6, okay, number 7, number 4. 7, please? Okay, oh, so both of those were good, we voted on them. Okay, so now we're going to move on to new business resolutions. Who wants to do number 7? Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Agenda item 7, this is a resolution endorsing the amended, this is a resolution endorsing the amended 4th round housing element and fair share plan and adopting the amended spending plan for Montclair Township, and I so move.
Second, discussion. Councilor Toller?
Yeah, I just thought, did we get a new number 7 tonight? Or no?
We did.
We did, right? So.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Well, I mean, the resolution language is different, not the whole packet. I think we were handed a new number 7 resolution language, and I just wanted to verify the paragraph, so what changed, but I guess.
So it looks like,
Janice is here.
it looks like in the 4th whereas clause, there's reference to the court order issued by Judge Paulette Stoute Peterson on February 23rd, and that it was submitted to the Affordable Housing Dispute Resolution Program on March 16th. So it appears that is the new language. I believe Councilor Harrison had asked for that to be added. This was reviewed. The plan, the amended plan, was reviewed and discussed at the EDC meeting on April 16th. And the EDC members provided comment and requesting some changes, and these changes are basically being made because of the court order. We provided additional information about the affordable units and the status that was included in the 3rd round of the housing element and fair share plan.
Okay. Councilor Toller?
No, I just wanted to make sure that we, because what's at home and what's online is the first resolution. We were handed a new number 7 tonight in that paragraph that Councilor
Harrison?
wanted, that Councilor Deputy Mayor Anderson read needed to just kind of be put out there, if you will.
Okay, anyone else? Madam Clerk, please.
Deputy Mayor Andersen?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
No.
Counselor Williams, absent. Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Number 8, please. Councilor D'Amato?
A resolution adopting the operating manuals for administering affordable rental and for sale units, and I so move.
Second.
Discussion?
No, well, yes, small discussion. EDC did go through this. We were able to provide input, feedback, if you will, make some changes. We went through it again with the representatives that are handling this program. I feel comfortable with the changes that were made, and I believe it was shared with the Housing Commission already. Has it been shared with them? They've had some
Yeah.
feedback into it, so again, just putting all this on the record
Yep.
as an FYI.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Andersen?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Abstain.
Counselor Harrison?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes. Number 9, please. That would be Councilor Harrison.
Resolution of the Mayor and Council of the Township of Montclair adopting an affirmative marketing plan. I so move.
Second. Discussion?
It was an amended resolution, same change as the prior one, adding the reference to court order.
Madam Clerk? Oh, I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor?
Sorry, I just want, just one comment. This was also discussed in EDC, and I just want to make sure that it was suggested that the announcements also be made available in Spanish and Creole.
Oh, great.
That's my only comment.
Good.
So
Madam
I want to
Clerk?
make sure that's.
Deputy Mayor?
Oh, Councilor D'Amato?
When I read this earlier, maybe I'm wrong, but there is no description of our local preference in here.
Planner Tally, will you please join us and help us with this? Thank you very much.
All right. The local preference is already in our ordinance, so
Why would why would a marketing plan that's supposed to have local preference as its keystone not mention the local preference?
essentially what this says is how the units will be advertised and the costs and how it will be managed. The local preference, and I think I put it in here, if you give me a moment to find out exactly.
It's number 9 on the last page.
It's, what is it?
Number 9 on the last page.
What is
that
your last page?
2/3 of the way down,
Yeah.
page 4.
That's right.
May
Thank
also
you.
be exercised. Yeah.
Yes, this affirmative marketing plan provides a local preference for very low, and moderate income households that live or work in Montclair Township. So we do mention it in paragraph 9. Thank you, Councilor
Well,
Harrison.
but why is it just buried at the end and also couched in May and given, it's very tentative.
I don't see a may. It says, the affirmative marketing plan provides a local preference. So if you want to say, we could say the affirmative marketing plan establishes a local preference, or we could say requires a local preference.
That,
Deputy Mayor?
yeah, I believe the sentence that you're referring to has to do with low and moderate income
Yeah.
veterans
That's true.
specifically.
It's just that it's a total afterthought in a plan where I believe that if in fact it is our objective, and one of the reasons that we do this, is to provide opportunities for residents, long-term residents, why it would be not prominent.
Okay, I can move it up to item number 2. No, actually, I can move it up. Right now, it's paragraph 9. Paragraph 1 is an introductory paragraph, that this is a marketing strategy. Paragraph 2 references the 4th round housing plan. Paragraph 3 identifies who is implementing it, and paragraph 4 is the costs. Paragraph 5 is the timing. Maybe we could put this, you tell me which number you want to put it on. I can move it
How
up.
about you put it in the first paragraph, just that sentence that says provides local, preference, why can you just put it in the first paragraph somewhere? Like where it says the affirmative marketing plan is also intended to target those potentially eligible persons who are least likely to apply for affordable units.
the second
And then
sentence.
just have another sentence that says.
So I'll just take
There's-
the affirmative marketing plan provides the local preference. I'll just take that sentence and put it,
Make it the second sentence of the first paragraph.
okay. We can make that change.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Andersen,
This is for the amendment?
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham,
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato,
Yes.
Councilor Harrison,
Yes.
Councilor Toller,
Yes.
Councilor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Number 10, please. Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
go.
Councilor Harrison? I'm looking at you calling you Harrison. Now I know it's late.
He's a lot more-
Counselor
he's a lot
Williams,
more
go right
handsome
ahead.
Agenda item number 10.
Yeah.
New business resolution authorizing adoption of the Affordability Assistance Program Manual pursuant to the 4th round affordable housing compliance. So moved.
Second, discussion?
Yes, again, this was vetted through EDC.
Counselor Toller, is your mic is on?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, this
Oh,
was
okay.
vetted through EDC along with what I'm gonna call them experts, the people, I'm saying the people from the state, and Deputy Mayor Andersen. We were able to provide some, ask questions, we were able to get answers, and we were able to, I guess, massage, if you will, and add some other more simpler language to this. And this did go through the Housing Commission as well, is that correct?
Yep. We talked about this. Well, I talked about it with
The
Ken.
affordable, this particular manual I did not have a chance to send this to the Housing Commission.
Should it go to them before we vote on this, just to make sure that we've 112% vetted everything, because there's some different experts on that commission, if you will?
I think what we can, I have a Housing Commission meeting tomorrow night, and I could get their input. I don't think we need to delay the council's adoption, because if you look under paragraph, after note, now therefore be it resolved, the mayor and council does hereby adopt the Affordability Assistance Manual, which basically references what's in our code already, attached here to or in a form substantially consistent with the attached. So I can meet with the Housing Commission if they have any questions. This is largely, essentially, it takes what we already have in our ordinance and puts it in a manual form. There's no changes as to how we function.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Andersen,
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham,
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato,
Yes.
Councilor Harrison,
Yes.
Councilor Toller,
Yes.
Councilor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Thank you, Counselor Williams.
Agenda item number 11, new business resolution adopting the rehabilitation. Sorry, my mic wasn't on. Resolution adopting the Rehabilitation Manual pursuant to the 4th round affordable housing compliance. So moved.
Second. Madam Clerk, please.
Excuse me.
Councilor Toller?
I'll let Deputy Mayor Anderson go first.
Deputy?
Yes, so this is another one that was reviewed. Feedback was provided by the EDC members and incorporated into this rehabilitation housing home improvement rehabilitation manual. And we had a chance to discuss it with the person from Elite Realty, who is overseeing or managing this this program. Some of the changes included, including a reference to our rent control laws, and the other changes are to make this
Simpler.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
Okay,
language
and
was, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I just, I didn't know if they heard what Deputy Mayor Anderson said. We were really trying to hone in on any resident that comes in to get an application, that this language is as simple as possible, and it doesn't leave any questions where a resident may lose the opportunity to get funding. And I think we also increase the amount of money
Yes, we
through
did.
this. So it used to be 25,000, and now eligible approved applicants can get 35,000 for home repairs. I wanted to put that on the record.
Oh,
Thank you.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah.
Madam Clerk?
I'm sorry,
Huh?
you just reminded me that we also had asked that the website,
Yep.
our website be updated to provide this information in very simple terms, and all the resources will be there, and there will be community outreach.
Of course, yes.
Planner Tally?
I have no comments.
Okay, I just,
I'm here
standing
to
there
answer
like you're ready,
questions.
so, okay. Anyone else? Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Andersen,
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham,
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato,
Abstain.
Councilor Harrison,
Yes.
Councilor Toller,
Yes.
Councilor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you. Councilor Williams?
Agenda item number 12.
Yes, please.
Okay. New business resolution authorizing the award of a non-fair and open professional services agreement to Maraziti Falcon LLP for legal representation as special counsel, real estate negotiation matters. So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Everyone is clear about what these attorneys are going to do? Okay, Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Andersen,
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham,
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato,
Yes.
Councilor Harrison,
Yes.
Councilor Toller,
Yes.
Councilor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, thank you.
Agenda.
No, I'm going to call on Councilor D'Amato.
Oh, it is my pleasure
I know.
to move a resolution awarding a contract to Urban SDK for traffic and vehicular data and analysis pursuant to N.J.S.A 40A1151BD. I move it quickly.
Second.
Discussion? Councilor Toller? Anyone?
We should just quickly explain what this is, which is
Go right ahead.
money
Yeah.
this is a resolution to have a contract with a firm that gives us anonymized data about traffic that is drawn from mobile phones. No, that's wrong.
He's waited all night.
Director Neiman, will you please join us?
Yeah, hi everyone. So it doesn't draw from mobile phones, it draws from the vehicles themselves. So it's anonymized data from vehicles themselves. Newer vehicles have it, older vehicles are not necessarily going to have it, but it's vehicles themselves.
It's the vehicles via the OnStar.
Yeah, there's
Oh,
anonymized
really?
data within the car itself that it's pulling from, yeah.
So it's just from Squares with
Yeah.
people who have cars with OnStar. I'm kidding. I don't even, okay.
And they're able to
Yes.
extrapolate from that information that
Right.
this portion of vehicles have this equipment, therefore you extrapolate out, you can have an understanding of the total number, right? They're not counting every vehicle. but they're able to make extrapolations based on.
But the idea is that this gives us a window that you can open a screen and you can see the rivers of traffic that are going through at the speed that they're doing, and that when we make changes to our grid, that we will see the second-order effects of those changes and so forth and so on.
Yeah.
So it's very exciting.
Traffic counts, speed data, and it helps engineering with their traffic planning. It helps the police department with their enforcement, because they can get a report that says this is where we have folks who are averaging over the speed limit, and so it's used all over the place.
However, it cannot yet be used for a formal traffic study.
No, that's not yet used in those circumstances.
And we've had it for a year.
Yeah, we've had it for a year, so this is a renewal.
And just so everyone is very clear, this is not at all any kind of surveillance
Nope.
tool. It is all anonymized.
All anonymized and doesn't have any individual vehicles. It's just telling me the average
How fast
speed over
somebody-
any given point in time, or the average daily traffic on a roadway.
Okay.
I only tried 50 miles an hour.
When you get this data, well, I'm sorry, were you done, Councilor Birmingham? When you get this data in, how are you going to share this with the community?
So it's not information we don't want the community to have, but it's not primarily used in public-facing applications, right? So I'll use it when discussing a corridor that we have concerns about, right? So say we have a community meeting about a street, right? I can bring that data and I can say to the community, like, look, we were working on Maple Street. I took a look at the data and it showed the average speed was X, right? So it's not something we're sending out on township social media platforms. It's used primarily internally, but I'm happy to share it when it comes up and when it's necessary. And so, you know, in circumstances where we're doing projects, I'll incorporate it. I talked about it at an oversight board meeting, the relationship between the snow and how that impacted travel speeds, for example. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, sort of. The other question I have is, you know, this is going to cover the entire township, not a very specific area, is that correct?
Oh, yeah, this is the entire township.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're going to be able to keep up with all this data, and when you turn it into real-time, whatever, how will you share it with the governing body? 'Cause
Yeah.
if we're not on the Complete Streets Board, how will we know?
It's really a question of what information would you like, and I'm happy to be the interlocutor to provide that information, right? And so if you have concerns about a particular street, let me know, and I'm happy to provide the backup data. And you know, we can get it down to the point where, so long as there was enough traffic on the roadway, right, that we can tell you the average speed during a 3-hour window on any given day. So we can tell you the difference between the morning commute and the evening commute. It gets really fine-grained, assuming there's enough traffic on that roadway, right? Some roads overnight, you're not going to have enough cars to get information, but yeah.
I mean, just, it's really a tool that the township uses. Like, let's say, for example, we get emails from residents who say, like, you know, on X street, we feel like cars are going like 45 miles an hour. We need something, you know, like a specific type of traffic calming or
Yep.
whatever. And then you would go to this data that's provided through this company and confirm whether or not that's true, and, you know, all of that. So it's a tool.
Exactly. And it helps us have a starting point. So if there's, say, more serious concerns, right, we look at the data, we see there's some problems, more serious concerns, it can help us inform our next steps. Or if we need to do even more than that, we can go the formal traffic study route, like Councilor D'Amato said.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Deputy Mayor Andersen?
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham?
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato?
Yes.
Councilor Harrison?
Yes.
Councilor Toller? Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes, thank you. Councilor Birmingham?
Thank you all. Have a good night.
This is a new agenda item 14, new business resolution of the Township Council of Montclair adopting the snow removal and disposal policy of the State of New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection and Restoration, and establishing a Township Snow Disposal Policy. And I so move.
Second. Discussion? Did you want to, Councilor Birmingham, did you want to just share a little bit with the
Sure,
people that-
yeah, I mean, we worked on this all together because we acknowledge that we had a very difficult winter, and that we also have to acknowledge that Montclair is a town with limited open space. We are not the sprawling suburb, you know, So we're kind of putting together difficult winter. This will be an ongoing concern. So what this really does is just establish the idea that we will, have a plan. The manager and others in the staff will develop a plan for where snow will go in accordance with New Jersey has guidelines. So it'll be in accordance with that, and that the council will be aware of the plan for snow disposal, and where, we'll know where it will go, with the idea that we don't want to impact one park or one, we want to be able to sort of mitigate impacts in one or two locations. So that is the idea behind this resolution. I don't know if anyone else has anything else.
I'd just like to thank the entire council for, for working together, adding different components of this and discussing it and understanding the gravity of a situation when you have something like this happen, and responding rapidly. And it's a good feeling when we can work together like that. We've accomplished something here. I know Councilor Harrison did a little sidebar at one meeting. It was helpful. I know Councilor Andersen was a part of the core group with Councilor Birmingham and some others. So I'd just like to thank you.
Yeah, and I will just say the hard part does come with finding the locations, because it is very difficult in this town. So
I know where the spots are.
So it'll be a community effort.
Mm-hmm. Councilor Williams.
Just very quickly, just in the last paragraph, we're not mandating soil sampling and testing. This is left up to the town manager's discretion.
Yes.
So my understanding is
soil sampling.
Well, we are ready for now.
Soil testing has already been done.
Yeah, I know for now they're doing that.
The soil testing's been done already. We have the
Yeah.
results in. I haven't seen them. If someone could share that
Yeah,
with me, I'd appreciate it.
we got that. Thank you. Yep. That was,
They have, the soil sample has to be done, so it's interesting.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Deputy Mayor Andersen,
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham,
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato,
Yes.
Councilor Harrison,
Yes.
Councilor Toller,
Yes.
Councilor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn. All in favor? Any opposed? Oh, I'm sorry, just don't turn off your TV yet. Deputy Mayor has something, that's okay.
We were asked to share announcements about the Earth Day festivities.
Yes, yeah.
So number one, I want to share that Montclair has been recognized by the Arbor Day Foundation as a Tree City, and so we're part of the Tree City USA program. And then there are some really exciting events this weekend. April 25th, Saturday.
Your mic's not on.
Oh, did you get on any of that?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
yeah, they did. They got
Arbor
it.
Day. The second thing is Saturday, April 25th. There's we have our annual paper shredding event at the Montclair High School George Innes Annex parking lot from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. or until the truck is full. So you take your sensitive documents. And then the very next day on Sunday, April 26th from 12 to 4 on South Park Street is the third annual Earth Fest.
Also, if we're going to sit here and do roll call of activities, the National Trails Day is the 25th, and that's going to take place in the Sherman Street parking lot from noon until. Come out and get your food off of the food truck, some music, and some very valuable information. Also tomorrow we have Coffee with the Cop from 10 to 12 at Lackawanna Plaza. Councilor Toller, what else? I know you have a whole roster of things
I just
for
wanted
us.
to shout out the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority who will be working in Canterbury Park this weekend. So anybody's welcome to come and help them plant trees. And I don't know if I heard it, but maybe I did. The Office of Sustainability has a free tree pickup on the 24th and the 25th and the 26th, so you can visit the township website for that. There's going to be an ice cream social this Friday at the Montclair Neighborhood Child and Infant Care Center on Maple Avenue from 3 to 5 p.m.
Is that for the entire public, or is that
Oh,
for
I'm not certain. You know
the
what,
families?
Madam
Yeah,
Mayor,
Ms.
you
Beek
might be
sent that,
right.
and
That
it's
might
for the
have been a hush,
families,
hush.
yeah.
Oops, scratch that one, y'all.
Scratch that.
That's really all I have.
Okay, okay.
Don't forget about the township park cleanups.
Correct.
On the
The
25th.
25th, yep.
And AAPI New Jersey is having its annual color run at Brookdale Park.
Yes.
I think there's still room available if you want to register. That's on Sunday morning.
We have in the first ward, so I know that first thing, Carlisle Woods, which is if people live up in the very north end of town, more hands can obviously make that go quicker. And then Yannicott Brook has its cleanup at 10 o'clock. And that's always a fun one because of the geese. See you all there.
Manager, I'd like to ask you a question before you leave, please, regarding people planting trees in our parks. I would hope that the appropriate staff members will go over and identify where people should be planting trees and have them very visible so people don't just go and start
Yes.
planting trees in our parks in
Yes.
places perhaps where we have another vision.
Yes.
And I think it would be good for the Friends of Canterbury Park to also participate in that. Have we sent the appropriate staff over to identify?
Yes, the sorority president has been in conversations with Lisa Johnson and Austin Ashley. The emails that I was following, Austin Ashley asked the sorority to identify areas with some kind of chalk or ribbon, and he would get back to them, which he did, so everything's been vetted through this township. Last year, they planted the trees in Nishaway.
In Nishaway, yeah, I was there.
So, this year, they're doing Canterbury Park. And I
And
know
so
there's a
I'm
park
going
cleanup
to
as
ask
well.
that the Friends of Canterbury Park have an opportunity to identify this with the groups too, who don't frequent the park to that degree. And I just think it's good, you know, if we're going to be doing a collaborative thing, that we all understand, you know, where things are going. And how many trees is it?
I'm not 100% certain, to be honest with you. I believe Mr. Austin Ashley could answer that question, since
Okay.
he went to check the markings or the ribbons that were left where the group were going to plant the trees. How many did they plant last year at Nishaway? It would be about the same.
I don't know.
It
I
was
think
less than
maybe
10.
about- huh?
It was
Really?
less than 10, right?
Oh, I
They
don't
did it
know,
around the
'cause
MLK.
I was there in the morning. Okay.
Yeah, so
Well, it should
it's
be
not-
less than 10. I'm just trying to
Yeah.
figure out. And then I think maybe we have to get a policy manager moving forward about, you know, who, what, when, where, planting in our parks, and, you know, so that we know what the policy is. Okay.
We have an arborist.
Huh?
We have an arborist to check with.
Well, the
Yeah, he was
arborist,
looped into the
arborist would not be the
conversation as
person
well,
that I'm
now that I
talking
think
about. I'm
about it.
talking about the users. So for example, if we have a sledding hill here and the kids are going here and there and somebody plops a tree there, that won't be a good idea. That we don't need an arborist for.
No, the arborist
No.
was involved in this one too. I apologize. It was the arborist, Lisa Johnson, Austin Ashley.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the arborist. You know, I'm worried about the users so that they know where the things are. All right, anyone else? Did we call a roll, or we just started talking and the attorney was kind enough not to tell me point of order? Because I know I moved and then there was a second and, okay, you just gave up on us. But everybody agreed and we're done, right? So that he could have cut the mic off on us. All right, thank you. We already agreed to leave, and thank you for staying for the messages.